Can I therefore make a more comprehensive, informed finding and then share with the House, but also take action?
So can we first maintain those children there, other than you sending them back because you recruited them?
Can I consult the leadership, ma'am, then I get back?
Can we have feedback? You go and consult and get back to us.
And with your permission, ma'am, before I leave, regarding the traffic issues, a number of issues. Indeed, road safety in this country leaves a lot to be desired, but the contributive factors are many, and I think we need a more comprehensive approach. Just instead of picking out the police element, we have issues of the mechanical state of motor vehicles that travel on our roads. We have the issue of the traveling public itself and how they behave on the road. We have the issue of traffic police misbehavior and state of the roads, etc. And I want to say that there are good traffic officers out there. But also there are bad apples, aided unfortunately by some of these factors. The police leadership and the Ministry are thinking of a road safety inspection unit to check on rogue behavior by the traffic police, and also, with your support, extension of the CCTV coverage countrywide, so that people are promptly fined, and maybe that one could mitigate some of these excesses we see that result in the loss of lives.
Maybe you could also find out what was the cause of that accident in Chigorovia, so that we can be able to understand what it was, other than putting all the blame on only one department.
I agree, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. So first, go and make a call and give us information on that, on recruitment. Yes, he's not here. How will he clarify? Next.
Item 3 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Government Assurance and Implementation on the status of implementation of the assurance to fully operationalize newly created cities.
Honourable members, you recall that yesterday we received a report and extensively debated upon it. However, I did not put a question because everybody was not there. I now put a question that the report on the Standing Committee on Government Assurance and Implementation on the status of implementation and assurance to fully operationalize newly created cities be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary. The ayes have it.
Item 4 on the order paper. Statement by the Minister on the state of roads and status of road projects in the country.
Right Honourable Speaker, honourable colleagues, our sincere apologies, the Minister of Works is not yet here. Efforts are being made through the Office of the Government Chief Whip to try and get one of the ministers. We pray that, yes, I have actually requested. I have requested. So I request that the matter be stood over until they return.
Order or not?
Madam Speaker, whereas I appreciate the role of the Attorney General in trying to defend his fellow ministers, but this order paper has been there. You gave us room yesterday. You adjourned the House, and the Ministry of Works has more than 2 ministers. Sincerely, being less to this kind of level is not acceptable. So is the Attorney General and the friend in order to enter appearance here by giving defenses of those who are supposed to carry out their duty well knowing that we came here for business. And the issues dealing with the roads are growing day by day in this house. Madam Speaker, is he in order? Or we censure him? We can censure you now.
Honorable Seungo, which role has the Attorney General offended? Which role?
Madam Speaker, the rule he has offended is by not responding to the need of the House. And that alone,
role?
Because the order I'm raising is on his prayer to defend those who are.
I think you've been missing Attorney General. Express, eh? Yes, Honorable Bahati.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Works is around Parliament, is about to enter, and I wanted to suggest that in the meantime, we can start the debate. We shall be taking notes here because he's in the parking. He's in the parking, coming in the house.
By the way, the discussion that was supposed to be done was for us to hear from the Minister of Finance. We had discussed the issues of the roads. And the issues of the roads that we discussed about, we did not end because there was an issue of financing. All we needed to find out was from the Minister of Finance, how best can we have these roads worked on. And there are three categories of roads. One, the roads that were worked on, that were being worked on by UNRWA. How do we continue with these projects? The second one was the new roads. Should we start new roads when we have not finished the existing roads? And then the district roads. That is basically what was being done. So can we go ahead there's government here, they will take note. It's a collective responsibility. Collective responsibility. I will not keep this item on the order paper every day. Honorable members, you will recall that last week, Wednesday, 30th July 2025, the Minister of Works and Transport presented a statement on the roads and status of roads projects in the country. We deferred the debate to yesterday. He was not here, and now even today he is not here. But the debate was pending the presence of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Because what the Minister was saying here was, I don't have money. There was no money released. And because of that, we needed to hear from the Minister. Honorable members, you'll also recall that you had, that His Excellency, the President, communicated publicly about the matter on the roads, and some of the things that he mentioned are: one, the dangers of excessive reliance on external financing for all the development projects, citing abrupt and disruptive donor decisions that may impede the realization of planned projects. Two, the need for self-reliance in financing development projects. Three, he categorized the projects into three. He said the first one is the very well done new roads such as the Kampala-Entebbe Express Highway, Kampala-Gulu, the oil roads in Bunyoro, and excellent roads in municipalities such as Hoima, Gulu, Masaka, but mentioned but a few. Two, the very important roads that were initially good but have now deteriorated, such as Mitiana Mubende, Chenjojo, Mukono Jinja, Ibanda Mbarara, Mbarara Ishaka. He attributes the deterioration to under-budgeting. The local government roads that have deteriorated because of misuse of the 1.3 billion, which was allocated, and that money was meant to be used for maintenance. The President has directed the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to allocate 3.2 trillion required for these roads alone. The President further undertook to have the following roads worked on. That is Mitiana Mubende Chenjojo, Ibanda Mbarara, Ishaka Mbarara, Mukono Logasi Jinja, Mpondwe, Nebi Arua, Ntunga Murukungiri. And His Excellency also indicated that other planned roads will be indicated in the next manifesto. In light of this, I will request the Minister of Works, Transport to come and explain to the members, and then we open the debate. But based on what guidance the President has already given. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, members. I'm happy that the President has communicated on this matter, because we had a meeting with the President and the Minister of Finance on the issue of these roads, and he appreciated that while we may not get all the money in one financial year, he directed those very critical roads that they must be maintained in very usable conditions. And he said we have already started on Mitiana Mubende, so we must finish that road, and also the section between Chegegwa and Chenjojo is terrible. And what we are going to do, as we wait for the funding from the Ministry of Finance, we are moving our unit, which has been working on Jinja Road, to move and do work on Chegegwa Chenjojo to fully rehabilitate that section. We are also already committed China Railway 18, which is going to work on Nebiarua. They've already started forward maintenance, so they are going to start doing the real rehabilitation of Nebiarua. As regards Chikolongo Mpondwe, already there is a contractor working on Chikolongo Mpondwe. They are doing forward maintenance as of now, but after that they will do the full rehabilitation with funds coming in from the Ministry of Finance. We have Ntungamo, Kagamba, Rukunjiri. That road, we want to save it before it deteriorates further, because it has reached the stage where we can save it with the resurface, just like what we did with the Northern Bypass. So that road will also be done. As far as regards Ishaka, Mbarara, and Mbarara Ibanda, we already have a company which is already identified to work on that road. It's called Shadong High Speed. They are going to be working on that, on those two sections of the road. And they are already doing, working with the Ministry of Finance in a pre-financing arrangement. I think they're finalizing the financial terms with the Ministry of Finance, but others they're going to start mobilizing equipment to be on those two sections of the roads. As regards Gulu Atiak Nimule, that one also needs to be attended to, and we are soon going to have a contractor, MTF, on that road to work on Gulu Atiak Nimule. As regards Maraba, Jinja, Kampala, Masaka to Katuna, this is our artery. And we have decided as a ministry that we are going to have two companies fully on those roads, so that they address whatever requirements are there. What we have been doing now with our in-house team has been really addressing those bad spots. But as far as Mukono, Rugazi, Jinja, Malaba Road is concerned, that section, there is a company called CRBC. It's going to be fully committed on that road. Right now, we have Kodrosi, which is doing the bridge on Katonga, and it's going to concentrate on that section. They have already done the estimates from Masaka to Kampala. As they're doing the bridge, they'll also be doing the bad sections. As you'll see, they are going to address the Karandazi swamp and also the Rera swamp, which they're working on now. We hope that once we get money, we are going to pay and encourage more of our Baker to speed up on Busonju Kivoga Hoima Road. He's doing a good job, but I think he needs full support of us paying him in time, because this is the local contractor who has actually proved himself that supported he can do work. And he has already proved on the section we are saying between Busonju and Chiboga, but he's supposed to complete up to Hoima, including the bridge at Kafu. We are also rehabilitating bridges like the bridge on Kayunga Road, Seziwa Bridge, which is already being worked on by again a local company called Dynaco, and they're now moving towards doing the remaining stages. They've already done the box culverts to do the refill, take the refill waters, extra waters, but they'll be able to do the bridge. On the other side of Katonga, which we call the northern side of Katonga, from Kabulasoke, there is another company called Rodo, a local contractor, is also doing that bridge. So these are the efforts which I can talk about. And we have images of Rodo, and even the Minister of Water can confirm. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, as we construct these roads, I am happy that you're talking about the construction of the new roads. Can we make sure that the lifespan of these roads is a little longer than, because now most of the roads that we have a shorter lifespan, and yet by the time we rehabilitate this road, we are still paying the loan which we borrowed for making the road. And then the other thing, as you agree with the Minister of Finance to ensure that you have the money to be paid, can we look at companies that have arrears with you to avoid litigation and then payment with the interests? Because you find the interest that you will pay for these people become even too much. We appreciate we don't have money, Honorable Minister, but originally we had offices, UNRWA offices in different regions. Can you activate those regions, those regional offices, to be able to work on the roads as soon as there is an issue on a road?
Right, Honorable Speaker. On the issue of stations, we have 23 active stations, and these stations have equipment. What actually delayed they being active was because of the process we are going through in absorbing the UNRWA staff. That process is more or less complete now with the public service. So we have the station managers. The station managers are sub-accounting officers. We send their money on the stations, and they're supposed to address mainly those station managers, the national roads.
Maybe before I give the members to raise their issues, one on the issue, somebody raised the issue, France had raised the issue of Hoima Road, much as the works are ongoing. But like I said the other time, the dust is too much. You cannot even be able to see the next person.
Okay.
We may not have the money now, but can the contractor continue watering and ensuring that there is not that dust on the road?
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker, you're right. When a contractor is working on the road, it's mandatory of that contractor to water whenever. This has happened also. I've also received complaints on Mitiana Mobende Road, around where the contractor is working now, that the dust is too much. So I've already told my project supervising team to ensure that the contractors water, because it's mandatory of them to do that. So this, as I was saying, Right Honourable Speaker, the stations are now active. They may not have started. Please. The stations are active. I can even tell you the names of the station managers in all the stations. Because
can we leave the minister finish? We've been waiting for the minister.
I've told you that it took time for the station managers to be in station because they had to get authority to become accounting officers, sub-accounting officers. So when we give them the money, they must present a work plan. They have the money. They have the money. Please listen. They have the money, but what had delayed was them being authorized to spend the money, because they have to be given the authority by the PS and the Minister of Finance.
Honorable members.
Once they get that authority, they spend the money. The stations do two things. Let me explain. The stations do two things. One, they supervise what we call framework contracts. They are works which may be too big for the station to handle. So we engage contractors in what we call a framework contract. So they go on those roads and do the framework. For example, we recently received the problem between Kotido and Kabong. And my station manager in Moroto, yes, courtesy of the speaker, and my station manager in Moroto has already sent a framework contractor to handle the Kotido Kabong section. The Kotido station is going to handle the section between Kotido and Moroto. My station in Moroto, on force account, they are going to handle between Moroto and Lopei. So these stations are active. The station in Soroti and Ruport has been handling the works between Soroti, Katakwi, and the other areas. So if your station has not been active, if your station has not yet been active, yeah.
Honorable Minister, can we hear from the Minister? Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister of Works, I can confirm the stations are working. Mine in Mbale is working. Mine in Mbale is working. And maybe you just need to check with your stations. Honorable Minister, Honorable members, can you sit? Sit. Can you sit? You sit. Honorable Minister, we will also want you to address us on the issue of the 1.3 that goes to the districts, whether you've given the districts guidelines on what should be done.
Right, Honorable Speaker, let me clarify. The districts under the road fund, and I wanted this to be clear, the road fund was not removed. The fund was not removed. What was done was to change the management of the fund. We are still sending the money, which is through that fund, straight to the districts. The 1 billion is sent directly from the Minister of Finance to the district. Please, the money is sent directly from the Minister of Finance to the district.
That's
the
true.
1 billion.
That's true.
So when we talk of the 1.3, we think on average, that's what the districts get in a year, 1.3 billion. What the billion from the Minister of Finance and what we send from the road fund. Now, the management of that fund is under the District Road Committee, on which members of parliament are members. So the management of that fund is actually, if I could appeal, that members of parliament, you help us to follow the management of that fund.
Thank you, thank you. And they are doing that under their oversight role.
Exactly.
If you don't do that, then the problem comes back to you as members of parliament. Lucy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek clarification from the Honourable Minister, and thanks for your report. You beautifully said, mentioned the roads and the contractors that have been awarded. Unfortunately, for Atiak Nimule, Gulu Atiak Nimule, which is now a death trap, and it is a very, very bad road now, I've not had any commitment in terms of the contractor who is going to go there. Secondly, Honourable Minister, I mentioned to you the other time about our bad road from Away to Rhino Camp. This was a road that was managed under then UNRWA, now Ministry of Works, and it was under Foster County, the section from Away to the town council where the district headquarters is. I can tell you that even as the station manager is doing his best.
You need to be brief. Everybody wants to speak.
I'm just concluding.
Yes.
Yes, I conclude. But, Honourable Minister, the station offices don't have the funds to actually put gravel. They are just digging, and every time it rains, it gets worse. Vehicles get locked up, and it is a big problem. So you need to take care of this. Thank you.
Honourable members, so that you don't repeat the same thing, can we first hear from Finance on how much they have released and how they are handling this? Let's first hear from Finance, so that you don't, because the money could have just gone maybe this week, and you're expecting something to have been done before. So, Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, before I inform the House about the releases, I want to share the same concerns about the state of our roads, because recently, while I was campaigning in Uganda, I drove on a 27-kilometer road, the Ruhija-Butogota road. 27 kilometers took me 1 hour and a half to get to where I was going. So I had to apologize on behalf of government that we shall look for the money to do the road, because the road condition was bad. Madam Speaker, now I come to the money. In this financial year, our budget for our allocation for road interventions is approximately 3.1 trillion, out of which 1.14 trillion has been released for this Q1. And out of this release, only only 123.7 billion is already available to Ministry of Works for spending. The rest, we await Ministry of Works to request for it from us for spending. Madam Speaker, as you may note from the directives from the President and a number of meetings we have held with the Ministry of Works and Transport, because we work closely, this budget is inadequate to meet the demand in both rehabilitation and construction of the new roads. What is the commitment? As the Minister of Works has stated, we have decided to continue working together in terms of with the Ministry of Works, in terms of looking for the money and also pushing for the works which are ongoing. Madam Speaker, since I have got a chance to be on this microphone, let me also state that I am happy with the work being done on Masaka Road compared to the previous 4 or 5 months. Now we see Katonga moving, we see the swamps has been talking about moving. I also move on Mubende Road. I am now a little bit happy that work has also started moving. And also on other roads. Therefore, what do we ask for, Right Honorable Speaker, is that we take a commitment that finance and works will continue working together. We at finance will continue looking for the money in the current constrained circumstances, and also the works to facilitate the Ministry of Works continue pushing the work so that our road status is recovered and maintained to where it was at least 3 years ago. Also, lastly, at least now, I can confirm that the station manager for UNRWA, now Ministry of Works, is now available on phone and working. And also at the station, we are able to speak to her and she tells us the action plans she has.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, I want whoever is turning to speak about a road, I want you to look at NDP 4 from page 350 and to page 354. It is in that page that you are able to understand which ones are ongoing roads and which ones are planned roads, so that we don't look funny. We don't look funny when we are talking about what is already in the NDP 4. Just tell me what is the number of your road on the NDP 4. Tell me. All of you sit. You all sit. I gave you people NDP 4, and I've also told you the schedule where those roads are. So talk about the road and then the number, so that we discuss it. Yes. What is it? Okay, let me start with the Ojok. You have there's a procedural matter here.
Thank you very much.
I am very serious about NDP 4.
Thank you very much.
Raise the roads. If the road is in the plan, that road has 5 years to be completed.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for directing us to take us to NDP 4. But at the stage where we are, Right Honorable Speaker, the stage where we are, We had a minister the other week who came and alarmed the nation, and he said, I have these roads, they will not be worked on because there is no money. Right, Honorable Speaker, the public heard that, and the roads were mentioned here. Right, Honorable Speaker, the President responded by saying, put all the money on roads. At this stage, Right, Honorable Speaker, what we want to hear from both the ministers after the presidential directive, I want to hear the Minister of Finance that after that we prioritized this amount of money to go to roads. Madam Speaker, we should stop speaking in tongues at this level. The Minister of Finance came here, he's just talking about regional and how his road, we need to know, Honorable Musasizi, how much money was prioritized after the presidential directive. We want to know which roads were given priority for that money.
Can I
Minister of Works, Madam Speaker, the minister should stand on his feet. Honorable General Katumba Wamala.
Honorable Nsamba, you don't have to shout. You're using a microphone. Everybody is listening to you talking. It is not shouting that stresses a point. Honorable members, the President raised a number of issues. He says the danger of excessive reliance on external financing for development projects, citing abrupt and disruptive donor decisions that may impede the realization of planned projects. When we overdepend on these monies for making the roads, when somebody cuts off the donation of the funding, we get problems. However, he says there is need for us to be self-reliant, for us to be able to finance. That's why you find some of these roads are funded by Uganda, our own funding. But then he categorizes the roads, and he says, the very well done new roads, and he talks about them. Then he says, the very important roads that were initially good but have now deteriorated, such as Mityana Mubende, Chenjojo, Mukono Jinja, Ibanda Mbarara, Mbarara Ishaka. He attributes those deteriorations to under budgeting. And that's why I was saying that you give a lower lifespan because of the low amount of money, other than giving a higher lifespan by giving enough money for those roads to be worked on. But however, they said this money should be given to complete the most important roads, which are mentioned. And the roads are there, which the minister has talked about. And the president further undertook to have the following roads worked on. Mityana, Mubende, Chenjojo. I know you're very interested in the Mubende road. Ibanda, Mbarara. Ishaka, Mbarara. Mukono, Logasi, Jinja. Kikorogo, Mpondwe. Nebi, Arua. Ntungamo, Rukongiri. There are a number of them. And that's why I was referring you to the NDP for. And I'm happy there's only one person here, Honorable Masaba. Honorable Masaba, next is to you, because you're going to talk with authority. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm interested in knowing the progress of the upgrade of the Soroti, the Tororo Mbale Soroti, 150 kilometers road, because it was planned to have started the rehabilitation of that project. But as I speak, there is nothing that shows that there is any work that is to be done on this project. Then the other one is the Mbale Kokonjeru, Wanale Road, that is about 21 kilometers. And then lastly, I'm interested in knowing how you're spending the money on the Rural Bridge Infrastructure Development Project, because we've not been receiving proper accountability, and we expected that this probably comes and helps most of our
bridges and roads in our districts and cities. I would like to get those details as well. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister, first answer what Lucy and what they have asked, then we bring another so that we don't get confused. Law people will come last on the Bududa Road.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The 28-kilometer circular road of Bududa was identified in NDP 3 and NDP 4 for tarmacking. But as we wait for the tarmacking, we are putting a contractor on that road for maintenance. That road is supposed also to be done by Abubakar as the contractor on tarmac. But as we wait for that, it will be done, it will be maintained. I can even share with you the number of my station manager of Mbale, called Idina, and you can call her and she'll tell you who the contractor is on that road.
Honourable Minister, you're talking about the Bududa?
The Budunda
circular road. That was...
Oh, yours is in Kokonjeru. The Kokonjeru. That road we are using our team from the training center, which you know, Meltec. We want to do a cobblestone project on that road. Because of the nature of that road, doing tarmac, it will be washed away very readily. So our team in Meltec, which is our training center, has already done studies on how to do cobblestone, and we intend to do that road with the cobblestone technology. We are going to do that road with the cobblestone. You wait when we start. And then the Aware Road, Attack Nimule, there's a company called MTF, which will go on that road. The road from Attack, of course, you know that Attack to Raropi is already done. Raropi Afoji, we are in procurement stage for Raropi Afoji.
Thank you.
Tororo Mbale, that road is under what we call the Northern Road, NERAP, the Northern Road Rehabilitation Project. It's being done by Motenjir under the World Bank. They have so far done all the way from Kamdini, and they have crossed into Soroti now, and they're coming towards Tororo. We had the challenge when there was a threat to stop the project, but then it was the World Bank, when they came and made an appreciation of what had been done, they decided to finish the project. It's ending in Tororo.
Thank you. Ojok, you're all going to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As regards to your question on the NDP4, Gulu, Lalogi, Upit, Moroto Road is number 257. But Madam Speaker, that is scheduled to start in 2029. But as we speak now, that road is in deplorable state. That bridge will soon be washed away, the bridge that connects Odek to Awera. What can the minister do in the meantime? Because you cannot wait for 4 years for maintenance. Secondly, on the issue of force account, the biggest challenge has been budget cuts. There's a road that leaves Konaminja that goes to Chuero, Kedgum Road. It's been planned for the last 5 years, but budget cuts are becoming a problem. Just last financial year, they cut 75% of the budget. That is according to the station manager there. So I request that the Minister of Finance really avails the funds to help us maintain these roads. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you. Jen. Honorable Kia. Joan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to appreciate the government for the effort they've made in the road sector. The new districts have received equipment, but it's incomplete. And therefore, we have to seek from the region. The region for northern Uganda is in Gulu. West Nile is very far from Gulu. I would like to implore the minister to have a special consideration for West Nile. Can we have equipment there? West Nile, Right Honorable Speaker, should actually be a region of its own. We, the people of West Nile, love the people of Gulu and Lango, but we don't want to be always bundled up. Please have consideration for the people of West Nile.
Thank
Number
you.
2, there's a road which His Excellency, I'm in copy of directive, a written directive to your ministry, directing for not tarmacking, but high-grade maram from Pakwach, Rhino Camp, up to Difule. Up to now, from 2023, 2024, we are now in we're almost reaching 2026. Please, high-grade maram, as we wait for tarmac. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, West Nile is very far from Gulu. Please handle that issue of West Nile. Have the equipments in West Nile.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I totally appreciate the challenge of these regional workshops. I did report on this floor that we have already come up with a new list of equipment where cities, municipalities, and these big regions are going to be addressed. The President has directed that we use the same method of procurement like what we used for the 1,151 equipment which we distributed, and we already in talks with the Minister of Finance, and I know that there is also a delegation going to Japan soon, and one of the things we are going to discuss is the issue of those equipment. So hopefully, with financing and also the financing arrangements being agreed on between the two governments, we should be able to get those equipment, and then we shall decentralize these regions. For example, you find, as you said, Gulu takes care of Karamoja all the way up to Kabong, and you can imagine Gulu handling Karamoja and then also handling West Nile up to Koboko. It's really overstretched. So we hope that once this procurement is through, we shall decentralize and create mini centers in these regions.
Thank you.
As regards to the Pakwach, really Rhino Camp Road, this road is going to be done because there is even a lot of pressure from the Ministry of Tourism because they are going to relocate rhinos into Rhino Camp. So we are working with the Ministry of Tourism to ensure that this road is done.
Hassan.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker.
West Nile, I thought John had spoken about West Nile. Hassan.
Right Honourable Speaker, the funding of these projects, especially construction of roads, is done by external funding. And as a Committee on National Economy, we process these loans, and this Parliament approves loans for these projects. Honourable Speaker, where we are now, the Minister of Finance telling us that there is stoppage of funding. Could it be that our government broke some of the rules or the conditions in the financing agreement? Because I remember one of the issues was with UNRWA, when it was very categorical that the implementing agents during the process of this particular loan was supposed to be UNRWA. Now we went on with rationalization, and the UNRWA was taken under the Ministry of Works. Could it be that external funding is being cut because we are breaking the terms and conditions that we are set up in the financing agreement? Maybe the Minister of Finance and Works can clarify on that. Thank you.
Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Let me put that one very clear. On the issue of the foreign funded project, yes, it was a precondition when we were rationalizing and when we went into discussions with the funders, World Bank, African Development Bank, and Islamic Development Bank. One of the conditions they gave us is that the project implementation units must be retained. And we have retained all the project implementation units on all the projects. That is Busega Mpigi. The full project unit is there. Kampala-Jinja Expressway, the full project unit is there. And all any other project, Koboko Yumbe Moyo, the project unit is there. We have not stopped any project implementation unit or changed these people because that was a precondition of the... There are other issues regarding delays and disbursements, but it's not about the rationalization.
Thank you. Alan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, in NDP 4, number 181, that is Butalangu Ngoma, of 54 kilometers. We need a commitment from the Minister. And number 23, Matuga Kapeka Road of 42 kilometers. When you check in the NDP4, they are categorizing it as ongoing. But when you go on the site, that road, they are constructing at a very low speed. And lastly,
You say they are constructing at a low speed. It is at a low speed. That means it is ongoing. It's just a matter of English.
Madam Speaker, let me finish with Luwero Choko Butalango of 29 kilometers, which is under Dot Services Limited. That road was supposed to be completed in June of this year. But as of now, they requested more days, over 100 days, and they are supposed to complete it in September. But the speed, at the rate at which they are constructing, Madam Speaker, we are worried whether this road will be completed in time, because people of Luwero, Choko, Butalanga are very eager for this road to be used from Ngoma, Butalangu, Chiwoko, up to Luwero, which connects that road, and it's a very strategic road. We need an update and a commitment from the Minister. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, take notes, then you answer all of them at a go. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, mine is a little bit outside the NDP4. When UNRWA was rationalized, there were liabilities that were transferred to Ministry of Works, including pending compensation. On the road from Gulu to Oluio, which was 66 kilometers, 80 people have not been compensated since. I would like to seek clarification on that matter. Right Honourable Speaker, whenever the Minister is speaking about roads, I get worried if he makes no comment on our progress on railways. Because one of the ways our roads can stay for some time is to try to offload the road from heavy equipments and things like cement from the main roads to the railroads. Could the Minister also brief us on the progress so far made on the rail transport? I thank you.
Margaret.
Clarification.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Works on what is happening. Kidum to Kidepo Tourism Road was in the budget in 2017, from 2017. Last year, it was clearly spelled that we are going to have the tarmac road from Konalao to Kidepo. Up to now, the persons affected by the project have not been compensated. We are not seeing any development. And even yesterday, Madam Speaker, The tourists are stuck from yesterday. They have not yet gotten out from where they are stuck.
Thank you.
What is going to happen to the people of Kitgum, to Karenga, more so the tourists? Thank you.
And the loan was approved by this House for that round. Honorable Pendusi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on 27th of November 2019, the Honorable Minister came to Gulu to commission roads that were funded by JICA. And at that event, he made a statement, a public statement, committing that the road from Gulu, Lamu, Kitgum would be tarmacked. The people of northern Uganda have waited for that road in vain. Fortunately, it's part of what, again, last year, he issued a statement in this House that government was already in final stages of designing. So it would be good, Right Honorable Speaker, for the Honorable Minister to please clarify. Secondly, he also directed the Honorable Musa Ichwero last year to go and look at the status of the road from Bank of Uganda through Custom Corner to Juba Road. That has cost many lives. It would also be good for him to clearly help us understand how far he has gone with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Linda.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My point of concern is about the roads that were started by former UNDRA before it became Ministry of Works and up to now have never been completed. We have Bukuku, Rubona Road. There are 5 major bridges that are being constructed, and up to now, the contractor stopped working. This road is in a sorry state, and when we talk to the regional engineer, Madam Speaker, he says that they've only provided funds for light grading. This road is under the foot of Mount Rwenzori, where the soils are loam, very soft, and in our region, in these coming 3 months, we are going to experience very heavy rainfall, meaning that people are not going to be able to transport their merchandise to the market, people going to the hospital, and also the children going to school. We have Kagote Saka Road, we have Fort Potoki Jura Road. All these roads are impassable, Madam Speaker, and we need to get funds so that they can be worked on. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, I think I want to thank the Minister. For the first time, he was very frank to this House, because he has been keeping quiet. And when I was telling him that you are taking a big elephant, he didn't know that he would go in this. This time he was very frank to say there is no money. Last financial year you missed 1 trillion. This time you have another trillion missing. So how do you expect the roads to be worked on? 2, we have 23 stations. All stations have old equipment. He hasn't said it. They have no equipment. Most of them, the stations, want to borrow from the station, from the districts, who have slightly newer machines. And I think it's high time, General Katumba, you told this House that we need to buy equipment for your stations. Because if they have the equipment, they will be able to come in. For example, most of the contractors have refused to work despite you giving them call of orders because they have so much money outstanding. 2, this issue of the managers, they are not active. I want to be open to you, General Katumba. You have taken so long to formalize the working so that they can get money for fuel. They don't have money for fuel. The money is on the account, but they can't access it. And I want to tell General Katumba that the sector you are holding is so crucial. I told the people here that if you have your children, you want to take them to school. If they can't go to government school, they can go to private. If my mother can't go to an official hospital, they can go to private. But how about the roads? It's the mandate of government to have roads done. And the area we become, like in 2021, 2001, when we gave them a trillion, that's what we begin with. 2, 3, sorry. 4, Minister of Finance, I think you better stop being armchair people. get out of your offices and move in the country. The roads are so important that you don't need to spare any time to give them the money. I feel that it's high time this parliament recognize that the roads are key in the development. Lastly, General Katumba and Madam Speaker, when you talk of these roads, you are talking of Uganda, Tumbarara, Ishaka, Tumbarara, Ntungamo, Tumbarara. Why don't you talk of Isinjiro? Why you get your matoki?
Honorable Nathan, you say these people of finance should get out of their offices. Do they sleep in the offices?
No, what I'm saying, for example, they wrote the budget.
I thought they use the same roads to go wherever
no,
they go.
they don't. Most of them are staying in Kampala here. They wrote the budget
Honorable
on 14th.
Musa Sisi is all the way from
And he told you for the first time where we moved.
And he knows the state of
I'm
the
sure
roads.
if most of the people moved around to see where they put the money, we passed the budget in May, sorry.
Honorable members, I want to urge all of you in your oversight role to ensure that you monitor these roads. See what is happening on the roads and report back.
I thank you for that, Honorable Speaker.
We cannot leave that to only finance. Let it be our responsibility for all of us. Yes, Stella?
Thank
then
you,
Masindi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank government for its efforts put in maintenance and construction of roads. However, we still have a lot of challenges. I want to bring to the attention of the Minister that we have Moroto-Lokutonyala Road that is on construction now and almost getting to completion, but we have the majority of the PAPs not compensated. Honorable Minister, I want to know when you're going to complete compensation of those PAPs before the road is complete.
Thank you.
And then you talked about Moroto-Lopei Road and then Kotido-Karenga Road. Honorable Minister, we have a tarmac road that has not taken more than 15 years. And from Moroto-Kotido Junction up to Moroto Town, that is on Moroto-Soroti Road, we have a stretch that the tarmac has deteriorated too much to the extent that we even don't have potholes on the road, but we have water ponds on the road. What are you thinking about repairing that part? And then we have Moroto-Lokiriama Road, Lokiriama in Kenya. That road has totally degenerated and is the road under Ministry of Works. What are you thinking about maintenance of that Maram Road? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, why you get some of these things, deterioration of the road and maybe the potholes and whichever, it's good to work on them for it not to worsen before they worsen, because we all appreciate we have money problem, but we could actually work on such things. Masindi?
Thanks so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the report. I wish to thank you and your team that worked on the Kampala-Gulu Road, especially on those potholes that were making a number of accidents, especially the head-on collisions. That was very proactive. Secondly, as we wait for the oil, the first oil, as you know, I come from the oil region. I thank, of course, the government for the good roads. I think Bunyoro is one of the sub-regions that has the best roads because of the oil and gas. But there's this road of Biso, Masindi-Biso Road. I see a number of trucks heavy loaded with oil-related products suffering going to Bulisa because it is shorter to pass through Masindi than Hoima. So can we know the update of that road as we wait for the first oil? Thanks so much.
Azar?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
credit must be given where it is due. Thank you very much, government. Thank you very much, Minister of Works. Our road from Koboko Yumbe Moyo is being worked upon, and the progress is moving on very well. It's moving on very well. However, Madam Speaker, I'm happy the Minister of Internal Affairs is here. There's a roadblock, there's obstruction. There's that old colonial dilapidated police barracks which has impeded the progress of the road around Moyo Town Council. And this involves Minister of Finance, Minister of Works, as well as Minister of Internal Affairs. We are all aware that all those affected areas were compensated. Schools were compensated. Officers were compensated. Even the police barracks was compensated. And we have already identified, as a district, we have already identified land outside the town council so that the barracks can be shifted to a more spacious area so that it can give way for the construction of Koboko Yumbe Moyo Road. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the ferry at Laropi is always breaking down. There's always congestion. People are not moving. We may waste about 2 to 3 hours just waiting for the ferry to come and cross. Yeah. So we're requesting that the minister works hard so that we can have the ferry crossing worked on, and also the engine worked on. Thank you very much.
Edakas, Honorable Daume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and the House, I'd like to thank you for, in 2023, this House approved a loan for a road from Atine to Ochero, and we hoped that 2024 works would start on that road. The Honourable Minister has worked to do some work, in other words, has tried to provide information, but the population there is very anxious about this road. If you could clarify what happened, what has happened, because we had hoped that by now the works would have started on that road.
Thank you, Shema.
Thank you.
Peter.
Thank you.
Honorable Naomi and then Peter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is about compensation of the people where roads are going to pass through. In my constituency of Shema North, the road from Nyakambu, Wizwera, to Masheruka, and Kabohe has been on the table for many, many years. People, the local people, the peasants where the road is going to pass through, we are required to give in their land titles, to open bank accounts, to wait for compensation. But many years down the road, this has not been done. The money where they open bank accounts has been depleted. The shops have been closed for years. We don't know, the people are demanding from us as their representatives. What is going on? What is going on? Lastly, Right Honorable, I would wish the Honorable Minister to give us a list of those roads which are going to be worked on, since we are required to go back and see what is going on and report back. So if we could get that list, we would be most grateful. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable members.
Thank you.
As we wait for the minister to tell us the list of the roads being worked on, I will also interest you to read the NDP4. It shows which roads are ongoing, which are the roads which are planned. Yes, Peter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to appreciate so much the Senior Minister, General Katumba. Right Honorable Speaker, early last year I received a commitment from the ministry, signed by General himself, saying under refugee roads, Gulo-Patiego Road must be done concurrently with the road joining Atiak and
more. And each time the minister is making a statement, seems to be silence about the refugee roads. May we know from the ministry what is...
Islands.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, one of the areas addressed by NDP4 is maritime transport. That is transport by water. And there are opportunities that if we could take advantage of Lake Victoria, the vessels plying through Kisumu to Majanji or Lugala through Sigulu. This would really save the country a lot of money. What are you doing to explore the area of maritime transport? Secondly, Honorable Minister, I also want to draw your attention to the ferry landing point at Watega. That road that goes to Lugala, through Bujuanga, through Simase, to Watega. That one is a national road connecting the ferry. And you find that the ferry is carrying a lot of cargo, but the road, actually the district cannot maintain that road. What are you doing to help us?
Sorry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the NDP4, road number 90, it is Ngenda Bugoye Nyakalengijo Road. The people of Songora North have been waiting for this road for a very long time. I want the minister to update them on when the works are about to start.
Eddie.
Right Honorable, thank you very much. The people I represent are wondering if voting a government 100% does not get corresponding developments. Because Chisoro, Kulingo, Rubuguli Road has been on government records for more than 20 years. So they are saying, should we continue voting 100% or we should change? Secondly, Right Honorable, the minister came here with a statement. The statement on page number 3, a 13-page document, says they are suspending or partially suspending 27 roads, pending finance releasing the funds. The Minister of Finance is here. The Minister of Works is here. The President has now written. So can't we get guidance? Because last time we said, can you budget for 65 roads? The Minister said yes. In the policy statement, we have more than 65 roads. Now, we have failed even to take on even half. So, Honorable Minister, are you amending the statement that you brought here, suspending the 27 roads? Now, in a view of what the Minister of Finance has told you, and in a view of what the President has said, we need this to be clarified. I thank you.
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Minister for the responses. Right Honorable, aware that this Parliament passed a loan to work on Ikumi Ngora Serere Kagwara Road. Right Honorable went ahead and informed the people.
That was just yesterday. Don't worry, that road is going to be worked
just
on.
an update to the voters on how the ministry
voters
is
out
handling
there
the road.
in Ikumi, Agwara, the road is going to be worked on. The loan was approved by this House, and it is on plan, and it is on NDP4. We are going to work on that road. Yes, Akik.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It is of great interest that actually the NDP4, it has a master plan that caters for the road network, the transport network in the country. And if we can align to it, I think, and follow with the budget, that would really put Uganda to a high standard. Right Honorable Speaker, I have been one of those who monitors the road network, and I have been engaging the Minister of Works, especially on the Fort Portal Kampala Road. And he has been giving me updates, only that I got disappointed during the voting period because they had told voters that the internal system in the ministry is going to cater for, and which did not materialize, so I suffered some injuries. But Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to raise an issue of the new cities, because the new cities must be modern. And one of the best way, because I've seen it in the NDP4, the air transport, because we must connect these cities by flying. We don't really need to go and...
Honorable, other people are just talking about Maram roads. For you, you're going...
Yeah,
no, let's first finish.
Madam,
no. Let's first finish these maintenance of... Honorable, let's first finish the issue of the roads.
Okay,
then the other one will handle it with the minister direct.
Let me drop just one point of reinforcing. You see, within the cities, there are roads that belong to UNRWA. Now, this has made the planning of our roads very difficult since UNRWA was disbanded. Now, when we look at the new USMID for cities, it caters for close to 22 kilometers of tarmac. But when you have Ministry of Works now handling the major roads, the bypass, and the other connecting roads, and they are saying those can't be included in the USMID for cities, it makes the whole thing look sham.
That's why we have asked for guidelines on how those roads should be worked.
Madam Speaker, I request the Minister to harmonize with the new cities, such that if need be, these other roads that are not even...
Okot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine is, I request the Minister to consider and put it as part of emergency the routes from Kitgum-Matidi, Wall, Kalangong. It is impassable. It is a Maram road, and all along for almost 3 years, 2-3 years, we struggle, especially when the rain is too much. Then also the routes from Pajule, Pade, then struck to Kalangong. Those things need an emergency response.
Thank you.
Now, Madam Speaker, there is a spot. I don't know why they don't put a Maram, real Maram, not just on a grading. There's a spot in the place called Ajumani, then or Patok, that is in Wall area. It's better to put a good Maram so that it can help. Then finally, there was a design in 2013, 2014 to consider putting a tarmac from Pajule via Pade to Kalangong. But all that plans is as if it has got lost somewhere. May you maybe consider bringing those on board? It is because it's only Agago that does not have any tarmac in Acholi sub-region. Thank you.
Boka, Margaret.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, Obongi ferry is at the verge of being closed because Sinyanya is cut off. A joint assessment team came on the ground and recommended improving on the drainage. No action has been taken. A call of order was initiated in February. To date, no action is taking place. Secondly, 2.4 billion was sunk in a bridge called Kochi-Boma Bridge with the support from Dr. Deep. The project has stalled because of 800 million, which was saved and swept back to the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance would like assurance of when that money can be returned to the district to work on the strategic bridge. Thank you. Kochi-Boma Bridge.
Thank you. Margaret, Jessica.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister and the Ministry for that matter for maintaining the Kotido-Maram Road under your courtesy. Thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform and remind the Minister that there is a road from Kotido via Beam, Amoria, Kotido, Abim, Otuke. It is in a very deplorable state. And now we are receiving heavy rains, And this is the road that's mainly used by buses from Kotido to Kampala, to Soroti, to Lira, and they get stuck there for almost 2 days. So this is the road that you should attract urgent attention from the ministry for its maintenance.
Thank you.
Secondly, Honorable Speaker, there is the Kotido, Kabong, Kidepo Road, which has been here marked for quite a long time to be tarmacked. I saw on the NDP, it is still at feasibility stage. It has been there for 15 years. I'm wondering how long feasibility of Kotido Kabong Road takes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Jessica. Honorable Evander.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank the Honorable Minister and the team for the work done amidst a lot of challenges being faced. He talked about stations which are not active, and that is where Madi sub-region is, because we have our station in Imoyo. Can he elaborate on the challenges which are making these stations not to be active, and how and when he's going to rectify, so that our challenges are addressed? Two, the Sinyanyo-Bongi Road, Right Honorable Speaker, our learners, some of them learn from Obongi side. The Sinyanyo Road is cut off. Therefore, many learners are not going to school. Can government prioritize this road?
Thank you.
Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister promised to decentralize the regional mechanical workshops. I agree. But before we do that, can the Honorable Minister bring a report on the status of these workshops, so that we jointly provide remedies or recommendations on how to make them more active, especially the one for Gulu? Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Evander. Christine.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. The Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister, General Katumba, because he's a very hard-working minister and he's doing a lot, despite the fact that he is facing challenges of finance. That I know because I sit on fiscal infrastructure, Honorable.
He's a hands-on.
Yes, that one I can confirm. I'm pleased with the information on Mitiana Mubende, because that's my way to Ntoroko, then Chiegegwa to Chienjojo. But Honorable Minister, we are forgetting Fort Potron, Ntoroko, Bundujo. That's a very critical road. And you know, when you're entering Bundujo, there is a section that caged in. There is a big problem. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, we have this critical oil road, Kargutu Ntoroko, a link to Repsengo. It has been in your budget since 2016. How many years now? Recently, I got a communication that there was a contract that was signed in 2023. Yes, AFCON. Up to now, we are not seeing something happening. I think the Minister of Finance should tell us, because they told us that you are with those documents. Because Solicitor General cleared, it's now under the Minister of Finance to clear terms of financing the road. We wanted to get the update from the Minister. How far have you gone? Because the road being in the budget since 2016 is so disturbing the Right Honorable. I want to thank you.
Thank you, Christine Seungo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I concur with you that not all that is needed on the roads concerns money. Some issues, especially the challenges with that we had in his report, were on the recurring climate change issues. And Right Honorable Speaker, we have not been updated on the adaptive engineering proposals. We cannot keep lamenting year after year which engineering designs have been put in place to ensure that the roads that will be constructed at least can stay for some time. Right Honorable Speaker, my road is number 24 under your guidance, the Busonju Hoima Road. The people were well compensated, but the issue of land titles, somebody cannot wait for a land title for 10 years and it has never been brought back to them. These are the land titles people have been using for collateral to receive school fees for their children. Who has the land titles? Is it the Ministry of Works? Is it the Ministry of Lands? Who is taking that lot of time without removing their portions. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is too much on our people, and they are almost bringing a petition to you, a group of people along Busunju-Hoima Road, whose land titles have missed for over 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sewungu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank General Katumba Wamala. Sincerely, he knows all the roads of CAF, but the issue is about money. And Madam Speaker, some of us come from smaller districts. General Katumba, Kalungu district, our main road is less than 65 kilometers from Bukalasa to Rwabenge. And you talked of a bridge, Katonga Bridge. Katonga Bridge has two areas which broke. The bridge in Rwabenge, there's no work going on. Honourable Minister, let me inform you, you are writing, and the Speaker has given some time. Madam Speaker, what I was telling the Minister, some of us come from smaller districts. My district has, the main road of the district is less than 65 kilometers. From where it starts from, Bukalasa Seminary to Rwabenge, that is the sub-county. But for us, we are not anywhere in any DP. We are not known. But we have a bridge, Katonga Bridge, which broke, but which was connecting between Gomba and Masaka, and a very useful road. But that bridge has not been worked on. Lastly, Madam Honourable Minister, when you talk about a station being active to members of Parliament, it's a mere member of Parliament calling the station manager about the broken roads, and he comes and works, he carries out routine maintenance. Failure of that, there is nothing going on. We've called the Minister of Works several times. He says he has no money. I know you are doing a good job. As a minister, you have to do collective responsibility. But as a Parliament, Madam Speaker, we must push money to this ministry.
Thank you.
We need to push money. We must give you money to work on your roads. Thank you.
Apio. Masaka.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the past year, it was severally stated by the government through the Honourable Minister that the Ayer Bobby Road that passes through my constituency of Oyam County North would be constructed, would be paved, would be tarmacked in preparation for the hosting of the AFCON Games. To date, we've not seen any signs, and I would like to request the Honourable Minister to please clarify if we are going to have it still tarmacked. And then secondly, Honourable Minister, directly to you, we have serious problems with all of the roads, the national roads and the local government roads, the roads under local government. My constituents and I are extending an invitation to you on a tour of our roads so that you and I and the rest of the constituents may have a conversation about this very important aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Masaka.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Is that Masaka City?
Masaka.
Kimanya. Okay, Kimanya.
Thank you, Right Honourable. My colleague comes from the rural, so. Right Honourable Speaker, about our capacity to maintain roads. We cannot maintain these roads unless we build capacity as government. Right Honourable Speaker, we are rolling out civil engineers from universities everywhere in this country. But when you go to Makerere, they don't have even a single equipment. They don't train on any equipment. We cannot maintain roads based on foreign maintenance contracts. We need to develop our capacity as a nation so that we can maintain our roads. Secondly, Mr. Minister of Works, why did you omit Masaka City from the National Railway Network? You have seen your master plan. You have networked all other cities. The rail goes to Mbalala and it does not come to Masaka. We are 89 kilometers from the border of Mutukula, which is another very important entry point for trade in this country. And you omitted us in your master plan. What is the problem?
Thank you, Nancy, Ngoma, Tony.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honourable Minister of Works, I would like to find out the status of the road from Kitgum to Ngomoromo via Padibe, because this road was also included in the World Bank project under refugee window. The people of Lamu have been yearning and waiting. Lamu being a border district bordering South Sudan, we are also the food basket for this country. And the road is really in a deploring stage. For so many years we've been waiting for when the road is going to be done. Being aware that the government of Uganda is supposed to do the design and the money for working on the road will be given by the World Bank, it will be very prudent for you to give us clarification and also to add on what my honorable brother, Honorable Mapenduzi, stated, the road that also goes to Atiak via Palabek from Kitgum. Those are the two roads that when it is worked upon, the people of Lamu and East Acholi will really be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me also thank the Minister for the good work Alice is rendering the country. Madam Speaker, on 20th December 2020, the head of state, our president, a minister, came to Iganga and did launch the tarmacking of Iganga, Walugogo, Luuka, Kamuli Road. The groundbreaking ceremony was done. Everyone got excited. In an hour, the road unit disappeared. To date, there's nothing, no drop of tarmac. 2020 December, on 20th, 2020. These are 5 years down the road. Madam Speaker, it is a season of politicking and electioneering. We are failing to explain to the 4 or 5 districts that use this road.
Thank you.
May I request? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. To my good minister, personally, I'm very appreciative, Right Honourable Speaker. I called the minister and he called me to his office. As I talk now, they are making my roads almost road network in the municipality. The trucks are very busy doing the graders. They are doing a very good, commendable job for the 5 kilometers. But to remind you also, the president had promised us, as Honourable Mumba is saying, to me he had promised 5 kilometers. If we can make an addition on that, automatically I will come back to Parliament.
Panadol, you can smuggle.
Thank you, Honourable Panadol, for the information. Madam Speaker, one other road in Iganga that initially belonged to UNRWA, this is Iganga, Nachigo to Bugweri. It is impassable as we talk. It's a Ministry of Works road. I also need an update.
Thank you.
On this, thank
Tony.
you.
Thank you, Right Honourable
We need
Speaker.
to get responses from the minister first.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. I want to thank General Katumba, the Minister of Works and Transport. But, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to know from the Minister that one road that connects Kwania District Headquarters to Nyambieso Sub-County where L Center 4 is being constructed. In the financial year 2023-24, under UNRWA, a budget was put, work was not done. In the last financial year, 2024-25, a budget of 72 million shillings was put, but no work was done on this road. Now I want to know from the minister, what plan is there? Because the road is lying along Lake Kwania and it is flooded. 2, Right Honourable Speaker. The president had directed that ferry be put connecting Kwania to a Molatar district. But up to now, no action has been taken. I want to know from the minister, what plan is there for putting this ferry? And finally, Honourable Minister, the construction of Rekunye, Apache, Lira Kitgum Road is ongoing. But there are still persons affected who have not been compensated their monies, including myself. What plan is there and when are we going to have our money? I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Richard. Tom.
Procedure, Right Honourable. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, there's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and members, last year, the Prime Minister
did inform this House of the urgency to recall a ferry that was meant for Bosi Island to facilitate movement along Karuma. Would it be procedural right that we get answers from the minister
Richard,
on when ferry will be released?
don't smuggle in something.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2022, the President on his visit to Eastern Uganda had promised a number of roads, but I will be very specific. On the road from Bugema, which is in Mbale City, through Mbale District, to Busano, up to Bududa, Honorable Nambeshe's constituency. That road was supposed to be tarmacked, but it's not in this plan. However, Right Honorable Speaker, the biggest issue now is that for all these years, the road has never received any maram on it. They simply grade, and given the volcanic soils that we have, it's just one rain shower and it is gone. May I get some update from the minister as to why the team has never put maram on the road?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Helen, Helen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want also to appreciate the Minister, Honorable General Katumba Wamala, for the promise of Chegegwa-Chenjojo Road. Indeed, it has been a dead spot, and very many tourists have been scared to go to that side. The business community has been complaining on the same manner. But now, we also have other roads, for example, Chegegwa, Hapuyo, Kakumiro Road. That road is totally in a sorry state as we talk now. There are over 15 trucks parked, Chegegwa, Hapuyo Road, and that road is, it has been controlled by the station of, Fort Portal Station of UNRA, and it's no longer in action, and we're trying to call the engineers, they are not responding.
Thank you.
And they are saying they don't have finances, others are saying we are no longer there. So we'd like to know, Right Honorable Speaker, through the Minister, how far will it go? Because the situation is alarming. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Goretti.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I also want to thank the Minister for giving us the report and for being a brilliant man. No wonder he comes from Sese Islands, Madam Speaker. On page 418, there is what my brother, Honorable Okeo, talked about, the multinational Lake Victoria Maritime Communication and Transport Project. Communication, Madam Speaker, is about rescue centers and rescue boats. Government has so far bought rescue boats. The rescue centers have not yet been constructed. One in Misonzi, in my area, Kalangala, the contractor was withdrawn. He was not given the contract because he failed. I would like to know from the Minister how far you are with getting another contractor to construct the rescue center in Misonzi. And then, Madam Speaker, why do we want to have rescue centers? It is because we want to rescue our people from accidents on the lake. Unfortunately, we are not looking at marking dangerous spots on the lake. You one time guided that I talked to the Minister about it. I did, but nothing has yet been done. We need to find a solution if we want to remove this problem. My apologies. The solution, the solution, the Honorable Minister, is for us to mark the dangerous spots on Lake Victoria to avoid getting these accidents. Also, Madam Speaker, we need to survey the lake. Lake Victoria was last surveyed in 1955. If we don't do this, accidents are going to happen. We shall have the rescue centers. They are going to rescue dead bodies. So we need to have the rescue centers, but also survey the lake to ensure we don't get the accidents. I thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Correct.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. It's unfortunate that the Noble Minister of Finance is not around. The statement from the Honourable Katumba Wamala to this House was...
your issues will be solved. And this is not your size mate.
Right Honourable Speaker, we are speaking about funding of the budget for the Ministry of Works. And in his statement, the President said that leaders should stop stretching Uganda's limited funds. And we are here speaking about a budget that was allocated to the Ministry of Works, but funds have not been released. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I do agree that we all have requests from different parts of the country. Honourable Katumba Wamala is aware that Chabakuza Matete Road has remained an unfunded priority for the last 40 years. And every time he tells us that we shall have that in the budget. However, Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister was very clear. He stated the strategic recommendations and priority areas. He was clear and said that we should allocate dedicated funds for payment of arrears. We need 1.1 trillion. Number two, we want money to be allocated or ring-fenced for periodic maintenance. We want 850 billion. The other area is we want money to be allocated for acquisition of land compensation. So we are here for money. We are not here to lament. So what the Minister of Finance should tell us is, when are we getting the money? Honourable colleagues, we are going to lament. The issue is the Right Honourable Minister brought a statement here and said, I don't have money. We have continued to lament. So Mr. Musas and his company, where is the money? We want money to have these works executed as soon as possible.
Which company? It is the Minister of Finance. Honourable Minister, can we first respond to what has been raised? Maybe.
Madam Speaker, should I go ahead and respond?
Yes.
Thank you.
To all what has been raised.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honourable members. I highly appreciate your concerns and also observations. I will try to respond to most of the issues raised. Those which I will not be able to respond to today, I'll ensure that I respond to them in writing. There was the issue.
The leader of opposition wants to give a rejoinder before. Honourable members, before we hear from leader of opposition, we have pupils and teachers from Chankwanzi Trust Primary School. Chankwanzi District, they are represented by Honourable Sendaola Christine and Honourable Binji Patrick. You're all welcome. Thank you for coming. Yes.
Madam Speaker, mine is a quick one to the Minister. That would require to review that directive by the President on the way the 3.7 trillion has been distributed or rather allocated to the roads. Madam Speaker, the President was very unequivocally categorical when he mentioned the road from Mukono. It is the road from Mukono, Rugazi, Jinja. And therefore it leaves the whole of eastern Uganda missing out on this allocation of the 3.7 trillion. And that raises serious concerns, Madam Speaker, because I've received numerous calls, because the President brought it out very clearly. Western Uganda is a beneficiary. Central is a beneficiary. Northern Uganda equally that. Doesn't this horribly go in breach against the national objectives and directive principles of state policy, Roman 12, which clearly states on balanced and equitable development, that the government should ensure in the allocation of the budget or resources a balanced and equitable development, or rather sharing out of the resource. That is a serious concern, Madam Speaker. Secondly, the issue of the false hopes. Let me not call them false hopes, because I trust you, I have interacted with you, and you have promised this time round that they will do the Sachura Road. You are soon, or rather you have already procured a contractor.
But what would have required your ministry, which is managing the National Roads Maintenance Program, and it covers both paved and unpaved roads. This road has had a very important bridge to Bududa, which has cut off access to Bududa Hospital from the people from Kenya, Namisindwa, Manafa, and the other side of Mbale. Up to now, we expected, after you made another promise which has never been honored, to have had an emergency operation, at least to have that bridge fixed. It was through your colleague. It was not you who made that pledge. Could you please consider it as an emergency that requires urgent intervention, because the hospital is can no longer be accessed? Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Maybe I also want to refer the Honorable Loeb to page 310 on integrated transport infrastructure and services. It does not only refer to roads, it also looks at the standard gauge railway and then the meter gauge railway. The standard gauge railway and meter gauge all pass in the east. Tororo, Mbale, Soroti, Elera, all in the east. Kagwara, no, let's not be mean to the country. Let's not be mean. All these are in the east. Yes?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
As leaders, let's represent all the people of this country.
Yes, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, let me correct that impression that the road is going to end in Jinja. No. That road, as I said, is our artery. It's the aorta of this country. It goes up to Malaba. And it's going to be joined by the road, which, of course, the rehabilitation of the road from Kamdini, Lira, Soroti, Mbale to Tororo. So you can see the whole network will be linked. Remember also, we are also rehabilitating the railway line from Tororo. So far they have reached Soroti, the old meter gauge, and it's heading to Gulu. The railway line from Kampala to Malaba is already functional. The standard gauge will soon be started as soon as the contractor finishes the mobilization and siting his camps for the works to start. So we are addressing the whole country. Now, the issue of liabilities from UNRWA, yes, I agree. When you inherit liabilities and assets. There are some liabilities we inherited. Among them was the issue of compensation of the PAPs, and I think somebody also raised the issue of the land titles. The issue of the PAPs, the compensation is still very big, as has already been observed by the Honourable Member, but we are going to try. Our idea and our decision is that we focus compensation now mainly on projects where we have contractors so that they don't charge for idle equipment. These include the Nakauka complex, these include the Kiramatuga and those other areas. Renkunya patch, we already have contractors. So we are going to concentrate the compensation there so that we have the contractors being able to move. The land titles. I've already instructed our land acquisition team to get all the land titles which they have on project by project. And very soon, we are going to be handing back these land titles after surveying of what is required for us on our projects. So it has been unfair for us to hold land titles for more than even 10 years, because then you deny the owner the use of his land and the rest. Kitugum, Karenga, Kidepo. Yes, the Kitugum, Karenga, Kidepo, we already signed the contract with and it was already being funded by UKF. The only challenge which we had was the condition, the precondition, that we must confirm that we have 5% as government contribution. That has now been confirmed. It's in this year's budget. So the Kitugum, Orom, Karenga, Kidepo will start. The issue of the compensation for the PAPs, we also have the money in this year's budget once we start the releases. The first quarter was not so good, but we have been assured by finance that second quarter will be better. So hopefully we shall start compensating the people. Guru Lamo Kitigum, was it Guru Lamo? Guru Lamo? Which one is that one?
Honorable Minister, this road runs from Gulo via Pateko to Lamour and goes to
Pararo.
Yes, Pararo.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Now, that one is going to be done when we are doing Atiak, Pararo, Parabek, Kitugum. So we shall do that Gulu to Patiko to Pararo to join. That road is under the refugee project by the World Bank. The World Bank wanted to check whether we are going to effectively do the Koboko Yumbe Moyo Road under the refugee project. And if we do that well, then they'll be able to fund this project. So this is what we are doing. I know that the Gulu Patiko Pararo is not even accessible, but I've instructed my Gulu team to have that road opened up. Yeah.
Honorable Minister, just to give you information, that Atiak Road, I passed there one night. It is terribly terrible. You should start from there.
Thank you.
Atiak.
Thank you.
UPDF was using that road to go to South Sudan to deliver peace there. Yeah. The road is very bad. Very bad.
That's the one I said that the Guru Atiak Nimule will be under reconstruction because it has deteriorated. Now that one I will also answer it with the road from Kitugum Parabek to Ngomoromo. Kitugum Parabek to Ngomoromo. That road to Ngomoromo, yes. That road is also under the refugee project. But because of the trade between Parabek, Kitugum and Ngomoromo and the South Sudan, we are trying to maintain it so far using our own resources. Moroto, Roktanyara, yes, Moroto Roktanyara is about 85-90% ready. We are only left with a very small stretch to finish, but the compensation is lagging behind. And as I said, if we get the money in the budget, we shall go and compensate. Now, the stretch of Nanduget to Moroto, that stretch has actually, I'll tell you, it has been a disappointment because it failed before the time of the road, Nanduget to Moroto. But we have already got the team, the company, which is China Railway 3, doing Moroto Roktanyara. We have contracted them to tour and treat the Nanduget Moroto stretch, and we think that will be done. Moroto Rokirinyama on the border, that one is a Maram road. We should be able to do it using our own resources. The challenges, of course, as I said, is resources, but we know the roads. Masindi Gulu portals, those were filled by our people. Masindi Biso, we owe the contractor, China Railway 7, we owe them 111 billion. It was in my report. So we need to pay that contractor, then he finishes the road. Koboko Yumbe Moyo Police, I've talked to the Minister of Internal Affairs. I think that will be addressed. Laropi Ferry and Laropi Bridge. Laropi Bridge, we have finished the design. It has been approved by an independent consultant, and the bank is willing to fund. So we are now in the final negotiations to fund the Laropi Bridge, and then we shall remove the ferry, and possibly we'll take it down to Obongi, where we have a challenge with the Obongi ferry. But talking about the ferries, we are actually in advanced stages to do detailed and comprehensive rehabilitation of the ferries. Most of them are not doing very well, but we are going to rehabilitate them. This will answer the Busti Ferry. Busti Ferry has been doing some work under the bridge of Pakwach, because Pakwach bridge was being threatened by the the floating island. So we had to take the Busi Bridge there. But I'm in talks with the Busi team. We are now finalizing the landing site, hopefully soon, and the ferry will come back. Katine Ochero. Katine Ochero, we had more or less moved to final stage. Then we got a whistleblower. And when a whistleblower comes in, the bank stops everything. The company which had been selected had issues. So the bank stopped the process. The bank advised that we re-advertise, and get new contractors. So that has been done. We are going to the selection process. However, the bank has a system that for every stage they must get an objection from their headquarters, and that has delayed somehow to get. But I think it's now on right course. So Katino Chero will soon be. So, it was this compensation where roads Nyakambu Nyakabirizi Nsika with the Spat Kabohe. Yes, the compensation of these people has not yet been done, but we need about 29 billion. This is what I told the Minister of Finance, that if we get 29 billion, we can start the compensation, and then we acquire some land for the contractor to start as we get more money. Of course, as I said in my report, compensation is one of the biggest challenges we get on the project. That one I've already answered. Maritime, yes, we are actually putting an eye on maritime transport. We are not neglecting it. We have rehabilitated MV Pamba. Now it is plying between Port Bell, Mwanza, and Kisumu. MV Kawa, which was also grounded, is now about 85% ready, and we hope that by the month of September it will be back sailing. There is a private player who has also put a big ferry on the waters of Lake Victoria called Impungu. It can take 20 trailers. It's a drive on and drive off. You can put on 20 trailers of cargo and it moves up to the other side. We are cognizant of the fact that Tanzania is aggressively developing the standard gauge, and very soon it will be in Mwanza. And so traders may actually be moving toward using that corridor. So we must be able to evacuate the cargo if dropped at Mwanza. So we are developing that capacity within the URC. Of course, URC is still challenged with the low funding, no funding actually. They are just struggling. We have a project under the African Development Bank. It's moving very slow, but will be moving. Busongora, Nyakaringijo. Yes, this is a national road. We can't tarmac it as of now, but I'll make sure we maintain it. Kumi Serere Kagwara. This project is under the Islamic Development Bank. I think we have done mostly everything has been done. The Islamic Development Bank is in talks with the Minister of Finance, I think, to finalize the financing terms. One of the new issues which the bank is bringing up is that they want to pay everything, including land compensation, so that we don't waste time getting counterpart funding, but we get it as a package. And I think that's a matter which finance is still discussing to see how practical that will be. But otherwise, we are ready for the Kumi Serere Kagwara. And this one will also be picked up by the BKK, Bukungu Kagwara, Kamuri, the two ferries. They should be ready by October. We hope. What has delayed them was the landing sites, because the contractor who had been contracted lacked money and deserted the landing site construction. But hopefully, we shall be able to finish that. Kyabakuza Matete. No. Kalungo, we know about Kalungo, and I know
Honorable
about...
Minister, go by what you have written. Don't allow these people.
Kitigum, Matidi, Wal, Karongo. Wall. yes, that road is a big challenge. And as it slopes down in Kalongo, the terrain is very challenging, and I know the district cannot manage. So we shall ensure that Kitgum Station addresses that issue of Kitgum Wal Karong. Pajule Pade Patong, under the project which we are doing now, Renkunye Apach Lira Puranga, on the section of Puranga Acholibu, we are going to have a loop of to Padel district through Pajule. So that will address the Pajule issue and some tarmac into Padel. Padel is just like Karungu. There's no tarmac in Padel. it's just like Karungu. The tarmac goes like this and goes, but we'll get there. Obongi Ferry is not in a very good state. True. We need to have a full rehabilitation of the Obongi Ferry, but hopefully when we start the construction of the Laropi Bridge, we shall relieve that more serviceable ferry and bring it downwards. Yes. Kochigoma, the bridge that was under Dr. Deep, that Dr. Deep is under Prime Minister's office. So I cannot respond on that. Kotido, Abim, Otuke, Lira. This is Lira, Otuke, Abim to Kotido. This is the road which is in NDP4. Through Achanpi. Well, we'll see whether we go through Achanpi or we first go to Kotido, to Abim, through Lira. But otherwise, we may eventually to go to Achanpi and then down into Soroti. Kotido Moroto Kabong. This project is a tourism project. Already the contractor, Kodrosi, who did the Entebbe Expressway, is in discussions with the Minister of Finance to pre-finance the project, all the way from Moroto, Kotido, Kabong to Karenga, and up to Kidepo. What are the challenges of the station in Moyo? I don't think they have a lot of challenges. The challenges have been delay to enable them to work, but that one we are resolving. The station managers who are out there are very, very industrious. They want to work. So once we solve this issue of them being allowed to operate the accounts, I think you'll see a difference. Karugutu Ntoroko. Karugutu Ntoroko, there is already a contractor, AFCON, who is supposed to do that road. It has taken a while because I think, again, of funding mechanism. But this is an oil road. It's package 4 of the oil road. It's going to be done soon because we are doing Lusali and Konge now to Megere, to Sembabule. When we do that, AFCON will also come and do Karugutu Ntoroko. And so the maintenance of Fort Portal of Undibujo is critical because that's the only route which the people of Undibujo have. So we have also Kodrosi on that route to do maintenance, framework contract for maintenance up to Lamia. What are the adaptive engineering technologies which we are adopting to ensure that our roads survive the vagaries of nature? These are investigations these are things which we do most of the time. All our projects, 90% of them, we must have the ESIA, Environment Social Impact Assessments, done. And through that, we ensure that the roads we are doing are resilient to the environmental changes. Of course, it's a big challenge because, as you can see, it is unpredictable. I think you saw what happened in Texas recently. Within 45 minutes, things had changed. But we have ESIA in all the projects which we do. Mr. Honorable Sewungu, yes, your road, I can assure you, if I can bet with you that we can go and you see the progress of the bridge on Upper Katonga. It's being done by a company called Rodo, And even as I live here, I can give you their contact and you check with them. They have done some work. They have now put the pillars. They are now doing the box culverts for relief. So the two bridges are being done concurrently. The bridge downstream and the bridge upstream. The tarmacking may come later. The tarmacking may come later. Bobby, Icheme, Kona Boke, Kona Yel. That road is under the AFCON project. Where is the lady, somebody, honorable member? Yes. It's under the AFCON project, and we hope to do it together with the Gulu Airport, which is going to be expanded. Because AFCON, they're planning to use Akibwa Stadium, which is being done. And we think that if they land in Gulu, they can drive shortly through Bobik, Icheme, and Kona Boke to Lira, to be a faster movement. Training of operators and maintenance team. Honorable Speaker and members, we have established a training center, again with the assistance of JICA and the Japan's government at Luero, and the center is called METRAC. This is where we are going to train operators and maintenance teams for our machines, because it will be useless for us to keep buying machines if we can't maintain them properly. They will not last. So we have that being done, and we are also working with the National Council of Higher Education so that the people trained there can have certified certificates and they can be able to work anywhere within the East Africa. Kitugum Parabek Ngomoromo, I talked about that. Iganga, Blopa, Luka, yes. The contractor who has now been identified for that road is Arab contractors. The one who did Tirinyi, Palisa, Kumi, and Kamonkoli. So it's going to be on site by the end of September. He will be on site to start setting. So this time, the equipment will not walk away. The railway to Masaka, good thought. I think we'll think about. There are a number of things I've been thinking about how to link Masaka, including developing ports like Bukakata Port and Lambu Port. Yes. Yeah. And the bridge to Karangala. Yes. I've not yet promised that, but it's something we are investigating. Yeah. Chegegwa, Hapuyo, Kakumiro. Yes. This is the road which is commonly known as the Liberation Road. It starts all the way from Kazo to Kabogole, Chegegwa, through Hapuyo to Kakumiro, up to Kisita. Yes, it has been earmarked for tarmacking, but I'm not sure whether we shall be able to do it in NDP4. But we are going to maintain it as good manner. Yeah. Rescue centers. Rescue centers, yes, we have established the rescue centers. Misonzi, we had a challenge because I think there was over flooding and we couldn't put and when we got the contractor didn't measure up, and so we stopped him. We are re-engaging a new contractor. We had another site at Mwena, but we couldn't also work at Mwena because of the rising of the lake. But the rescue centers are now functional. I agree with you that we need to mark the lake, but we are having a project under East Africa because, as you know, appreciate, Lake Victoria is an East African facility. It's for Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. So working with our partners, we have moved and also convinced the African Development Bank, which is supporting the rescue centers, that we need to start marking the lake, but also carry out a detailed survey and update of the lake to ensure that the lanes and lines are properly marked. The land titles, I've said the land titles, I've now instructed my team under the ministry for lands, that they now put the land titles project by project. Identify them, for example, the land titles on Chivoga Road, the land titles on KJE, the land titles on Masaka Mbabule Road, so that we can hand them back to the owners. And we'll be communicating that. Luero, Butalangu, this road is progressing. It may be slow, but one of the challenges was, of course, land compensation. You know some of the challenges we had, even with some of the local judges who are refusing us access to land. So that issue, they are progressing, but Butalangu to Ngoma, that one is not within this NDP. But I know that we need to connect that. And I know that we need to connect Butalangu to Kapeka, to Kituma. But that one, those connections are not within this NDP. But I can assure you that Luero to Butalangu will be finished. Right, Honorable Speaker, Chawa Kuzamatete, we shall maintain. It was actually instructed that we have to do up to Mbirizi. We need to do that road because it's a shortcut to somebody going to Mbarara if you go through Sembabuli. But again, Omutaka, the challenge is the funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, you're done?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think Manibe to Terego, that is not yet. We are now doing Ure to Yumbe when we finish that, but it has also been flagged as an essential connection. So hopefully we'll be able to connect later on that one. Yeah.
Honourable members, you've heard what the minister is
right,
saying.
Honourable Speaker, I think I've covered quite enough of this. About the town roads in Buyinyi Town Council under Kapchorwa Swam, I'll double check. I don't know whether they were supposed to have been done, whether they were part of the project. I know the extra works was the 1 kilometer to the diocese headquarters. But otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, Kapchorwa Swam project is done. On the markets, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ojok, what is it?
Madam Speaker, we acknowledge that Moroto Road is in NDP 4, but then it's 4 years from now, and that bridge, or deck bridge, is a few rains away from being washed away. Our request is that there's maintenance of that road periodically. We're not saying that it's not in the plan, but it's too far away. Can the government maintain that road? That's our prayer.
Honourable Minister, maintenance of Moroto Road, bridge. Honourable.
Oh, okay. Gulu, Awel, Opit, Rachkoko, Patongut, Moroto, right? To Abim. That's the commonly known as the Moroto Road. I accept that it's not in a good state. It's not on plan yet for tarmacking, but we are going to maintain it as a good Maram Road. I make a commitment.
Especially the bridge. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Members, you've heard what the Minister said. Our work is now to make a follow-up on all what the Minister said and ensure that most of these roads are worked on. Next.
Item 6 on the order paper. Bill second reading. The Engineering Professionals Bill 2024.
Honourable members, you recall on 11th March 2025, the bill came for the second reading. The motion for second reading was moved and debate ensued. Various issues arose, key of which was that the bill, among its others, seeks to regulate technology and engineers who are cadres of engineering profession. The interpretation clause of the bill groups graduate engineers together with the technicians who are usually non-graduates, and defines all of them as engineering professions. The House noted that while the graduate engineers are regulated under Registration of Engineers Act, technicians and those in technology are regulated under the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Act 2025. This will inevitably create a conflict in regulation. The presiding officer then guided that the Attorney General studies and guides the House on the implication of the matter before the House can proceed on this bill. I will now invite the Attorney General to guide the House.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the matters as has been highlighted by the Right Honourable Speaker are correct. We have been having consultations between the Ministry of Works and also the Ministry of Education, which superintends over the TVET bill. We are looking to have one more meeting between the two to harmonize and then come back to you, Right Honourable Speaker. So we request for some more time to complete this harmonization. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, you may need to get this bill, since you brought it to the House, for you to go back and have it redrafted to harmonize it with the TVET Act. So you may need to withdraw this bill officially. Yes. Yes, Honourable Suman.
Right Honourable Speaker.
We'll wait for the harmonization first before you withdraw, where we find that it requires, or if you can, we can drop the other clauses, then that will be okay. So
right,
how much time do we give you? How much? Excuse me. How much time do
Right
we
Honourable Speaker, we request for about 2-3 weeks, because we have the meeting next week. We have the meeting next week for at the political level, then we can give it the technical people. So if you give us 2-3 weeks, we'll finish the harmonization.
Okay, we'll give you 3 weeks. We'll give you 3 weeks to that. Yes.
Item 5 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Government Assurance and Implementation on the status of implementation of the assurance to upgrade, rehabilitate, construct, and equip health facilities in local governments, install CT scans, oxygen plants, and ICU equipment in all regional referral hospitals.
Honourable members, this issue was on the order paper yesterday, and the Minister of Health was not in. Do we have the Minister of Health here?
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, again, we sincerely apologize for this, but we request that you give us one more opportunity to make sure that the Minister of Health is here, because even yesterday when this matter came up, we were all quite unable to really engage in this space. So if we request that we can ensure that someone from Ministry of Health is here tomorrow.
Yes,
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Health, one of them was here yesterday. And indeed, she had a lot of time conversing next to the iPad people. And I don't know whether it's procedure okay to have the Honourable Minister, who is more organized like Honourable Chiriowa, the Attorney General, to come to plead for mercy of people who were here and did that. She sat even next to Honourable Akiki, Queen Dancer. I think Minister of Health is not taking us seriously. She was here, Madam Speaker, and this report has been on the paper since Tuesday. I think for us, you
Can
could
we
take...
have the report presented?
Yes.
And we debate when the minister is here.
Most obliged, Madam
Is that
Speaker.
okay, Honorable Attorney General? Honorable Attorney General.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I have had the opportunity of reading a bit of this report, and I think it is very important for the Ministry of Health to be here when this matter is being. So we request that you allow us to communicate to her today, because the nature of what is being discussed here would require her attendance.
Thank you. Honourable members, we will have this item on the order paper of tomorrow. So can we have the minister tomorrow in the House? House adjourned to 2 tomorrow. And the people of Uganda, and also the people of Uganda at large, by sending our heartfelt felicitations to His Highness Kabaka Mutebi II. May your reign be enduring one. In the same vein, I want to take this opportunity to commend His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the NRM government for the restoration of the traditional and cultural institutions in his leadership. The remarkable contribution of the Kingdom of Uganda is bettering the lives of the masses is a lesson to other traditional and cultural institutions that we wish all the other cultural institutions could emulate what the Uganda Kingdom does. In our culture, we say, Sabasajja Kabaka Awangale. Honorable members, you will recall that this House designated members to the sectoral committees on Tuesday, 29th July. In the designation of members to the committees, Rule 1961 stipulates that the sectoral committee shall comprise of not less than 20 members and not more than 40 members in a committee. My attention has been drawn to the following committees, whose numerical numbers violate the rule. One, the Committee of Lands. The Committee of Lands has 19 members, which is a short of 20 members, meaning that the NRM party or NRM chief whip should designate another one member to the committee. Then the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources has 42 members, which exceeds the maximum number of 40 per committee. So I'll request that the 2 members of the committee be withdrawn. And these 2 should be withdrawn from the NRM side. So the Chief Whip, take note of that. Honorable members, I will invoke Rule 26.1 of the Rules of Procedure and vary the order paper to accommodate the laying of papers from the Auditor General. Yes, I wish you nice deliberations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I join you and the people of Uganda in celebrating the 32 years when our king, the Kabaka Ronald Muwenda Mutebi II, is guiding and heading Uganda. You see, Uganda is for all people that stay in Uganda. That's why we call it Uganda. So, though some of you don't want to take Amakula to Mengo. So, right on our
No,
speaker,
we have been taking.
some of them I've never seen Honorable Kankunda Amos.
No, we've been taking, and we appreciate what the kingdom does in Uganda here and to the whole country.
Yeah, thank you very
We
much, right on our
appreciate.
speaker. So, want to thank all the people of Uganda, especially the Kabaka, for guiding us all through, especially we as the young leaders, when he advised us to enter into elective politics in order to serve our area. And you have done it effectively well. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and all the people. Haisawa Saja Kabaka Wangala.
And we also want to ask you, the young leaders, to support the kingdom in its development and its growth. Yes, Masaka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, we want to appreciate your message as we celebrate the 32 years of the reign of Kabaka Ronald Muwenda Mutebi. We also want to appreciate you so much. You as a speaker, I've seen you a number of times visiting the seat of Mengo, coming with full support. And I know the many times that you have been there, you have represented this parliament. The reign of Kabaka Mutebi, for us who come from Masaka area, which is Greater Budu, has added value to us. He has ably contributed to the health sector. Recently, he built for us a health center in Masaka City, in Yendomukungwe, and he has built many in Mityana and other parts of the Buganda region. Kabaka Mutebi has been very instrumental, and his leadership in promoting coffee. You know that the Buganda region is one of the major regions in terms of coffee production in this country. Kabaka Mutebi and his administration has been very instrumental in the education sector. In Masaka City, we host one of the biggest campuses, the Mutesa One Royal University, and we want to celebrate, join the entire nation and this kingdom of Uganda to celebrate his reign.
Thank you.
Long live Kabaka Mutebi.
Thank you so much, and thank you for those kind words for the kingdom. As Parliament, we will count the brilliant leaders that we have gone through the kingdom. When you look at Mpuga, he was working in the kingdom. Look at Segona, he was in the kingdom. Javira.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to join you, congratulate Sabasajja Kabaka Chuchu Magulu Nyondo II for attaining 32 years in power, reigning very well in our kingdom. As you know, Rakai district was affected by HIV/AIDS in the early 90s. We want to thank the Kabaka of Buganda for being part of the champions advocating to ensure that there is a reduction in infections and, in fact, those who are living with HIV to live positively in a better way. So we want to thank Sabasajja Kabaka for the message, for the Kabaka birthday runs that have been really contributing so much to the health sector. I thank you.
Thank you. Resigning a lot to the kingdom here.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you. And as you have rightly stated, my first wife, Namakula Farida, is a Muganda. I therefore join the people of Buganda in extending my deepest appreciation and congratulations to the Kabaka and the kingdom upon attaining 32 years since he was coronated. Honourable Speaker, similarly, I want to thank you and this Parliament for always being steadfast in fraternizing with Uganda and the kingdom in as far as their demands are concerned, and even other kingdoms. I am aware that Uganda still has outstanding demands from the central government, just like other kingdoms. And this Parliament has been at the forefront of encouraging the executive to ensure that they try as much as possible to meet the demands of the people of Uganda and the kingdom and other areas. Honourable Speaker, if the executive and the central government undertook to compensate and pay these kingdoms, there is a lot that they are going to do in terms of social, political, and economic development. So as we remember the 32 years of the kingdom, we must also undertake to ensure that the executive fulfills its obligations. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, we want to thank the Kabaka and Buganda Kingdom for demonstrating that we can actually use culture and tradition to engender an agenda for development. When you look at what has been happening in Buganda, generally, the different programs, Mwanyi Terimba, Powesa, and the others, we can only say, Aibene to Sensebuse. Right Honourable Speaker, we need to understand that what is happening in Buganda can be replicated in other kingdoms. In fact, I want us, those of us from other regions, other kingdoms, as a prince from Busoga, and we enjoy a very cordial relationship between Busoga and Buganda, we should be replicating what is happening in this kingdom, borrowing and taking the very good lessons, especially in terms of socio-economic transformation, to our regions. It is possible for us to do what is being done here. So I think since we all live here, we stay here, we've been accommodated here, the Baganda have welcomed us, the king is not segregative, we are all happy here. Even those from other areas will come and contest in this region, and they will be voted, which is not very easy. Honourable Speaker, one time Honourable Ngomanjime went to contest in Imbarara. He couldn't succeed. So, those are things we should be learning, Right Honourable Speaker. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
I thank you very much.
Honourable Ngomangime just lost election. Yes, he just lost elections. Honourable members, it's a fact that the kingdom has done a lot in terms of health, education, leadership, training. They've done a lot. As Parliament of Uganda, will continue supporting the kingdom. And in the 11th Parliament, I can assure you we've been fulfilling whatever we are supposed to do. We've paid a number of pledges that we made. We've made sufficient compensation to the kingdoms. Next item.
Laying of papers. the report of the Auditor General on a forensic audit on the alleged irregular payment of salaries and allowances by Ntungamo District Local Government from 2019-2020 to 2021-2022.
Pursuant to Rule 1884 of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Parliamentary Commissioner to lay on table the report, and we have Parliamentary Commissioner Emeritus. Honourable members will look at matters of national importance at the time for ministerial, Prime Minister's time. Yes, go ahead.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I beg to lay on table the forensic audit report on the alleged irregular payment of salaries and allowances by Ntungamo District Local Government from 2019-2020 to 2021-2022 financial years. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Government Chief Whip. The findings in this report are criminal in nature. Criminal. And we are referring this report directly to the Criminal Investigation Department, CID, Police, and we'll want to get a report on the actions taken within 1 month.
Laying of papers, the special audit report on revenue management and accounting and aviation fuel management at the Uganda National Airlines Company Limited for the financial years 2021-22, 2022-23, and 2023-24.
Pursuant to Rule 187.3 of the Rules of Procedure, I hereby invite the Parliamentary Commissioner to lay the report.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I beg to lay on table the special audit report on revenue management and accounting fuel management at Uganda National Airlines Company Limited for the financial years 2021-2022, 2022-2023, and 2023-2024. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 8.1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the report stands referred to a specialized investigative agency of government given the technicality and the sensitivity of the aviation aspects.
Item 3 on the order paper. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to appreciate His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation address to Parliament on Thursday, 5th June 2025.
Honourable members, before we go to the motion in the public gallery this afternoon, we have head teachers of Church of Uganda founded schools of the Diocese of Kigezi, Kabale District. Where are you? They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Catherine Indamira, Honorable Bahati, Honorable Kamara Nicholas, and Honorable Nwagaba Wilfred. You're most welcome. Join me in welcoming them. Thank you for coming. Honourable members, as you recall that His Excellency the President, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, delivered his State of Nation address to the nation on 5th June 2025, and that was pursuant to Rule 10, Sub-Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure. The President was heard in silence, pending the debate of this House on the address of that day, and we alluded that this debate would be allocated time. The motion would be presented to the House on Tuesday, 29th July 2025. I undertook to allot time for the debate on the President's State of Nation address. To pave way for a debate, we will have a motion presented and seconded. Then we'll wait for a response from the leader of opposition on that on the State of Nation address. Then we'll give time for debate of both reports, the one from the motion and from the leader of opposition. I now want to call Honorable Nakut Faith to move the motion.
Motion for a resolution of Parliament to appreciate His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation address to the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda on Thursday, 5th June 2025. Whereas Article 1011 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, requires the President to deliver to Parliament an address on the State of the Nation at the beginning of each session. And whereas His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, in compliance with Article 1011 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, delivered the State of the Nation address to Parliament at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds on Thursday, 5th June 2025. Aware that in his address to the nation, His Excellency the President informed the nation that the Uganda shilling was still the most stable currency in the whole of Africa, and highlighting that during the past 12 months, the Uganda shilling had appreciated by 6.1%, and therefore the inflation was under control, given that Uganda experienced Africa's second lowest inflation rate in the past decade. Further aware that His Excellency the President highlighted that the economy had remained strong and resilient, as evidenced by the International Monetary Fund ranking that ranked Uganda 7th amongst the fastest growing economies in the whole world, and noting that the size of Uganda's economy had been projected at shillings 224.9 trillion, equivalent to USD 60.4 billion by the end of June 2025. Recognizing that His Excellency the President informed the nation that over the Parish Development Model, EMIOGA, Youth Livelihood Program, Small Business Recovery Fund, Agricultural Credit Facility, Youth Venture Capital Fund, Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, the Invite Project, the GROW Project, and Uganda Development Corporation, among others, which have boosted economic performance. Further,
Honourable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in you, if the productors of goodness, have appointed officers of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom have been pleased called the purpose of such important trust in this land. Let your blessings descend upon you assembled, and grant that the mayor has in your presence. Treat and consider all matter that shall come at the day of revelation. He so just and faithful in manner to promote all the glory and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to your church. Amen.
Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. I've learned with sadness the passing of Honorable Ari Hasahya, the former MP of Bunyore and other areas of West Budama. Honorable Hasahya died yesterday, 23rd June 2025 at Busore Hospital. Burial arrangements will be communicated after the family consultations. May his soul rest in eternal peace. But colleagues, I request you that we stand up and observe a minute of silence in honor of our colleague.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Honorable colleagues, I know we've entered a very hectic political period. A period of accountability to our bosses, who are the voters. But we really understand this, but as the leadership of Parliament again, and you, honorable colleagues, you know very well that we have statutory obligations. Sometimes we shall be calling you so that we come and we look through these issues. We are going to try to be as considerate as possible. But when government has a business or there is an urgent matter, we shall be calling upon you, and I want to thank you for coming. Today we are going to make it extremely short. Extremely short. I know we have a very critical motion in honor of our colleague, Honorable John Kazora, but I know very many colleagues of ours, if they were not busy, they would want to be here and pay tribute to him. So we shall do it later so that we have enough time to eulogize him as a great legislator that we had. I have it on the order paper, but we shall not do it today. We need a lot of time to debate it and pay tribute to that colleague of ours. So I want to thank you once again for coming, and whenever we call upon you, know that indeed it's because we have some government business that needs to move, but we shall try to be indeed as considerate as possible in giving you enough time to go and renew your mandate for those who want to. Yes, Elope, do you have a comment you wanted to make?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to join you in welcoming back colleagues to the House. Right Honourable Speaker, there is a brewing matter which I think we need to deal with hastily. The front bench is scarcely present, but let's see how we make do with whoever is present so that certain critical issues are attended to. Honorable Speaker, I'm sure you have noted that teachers of the arts, humanities, are on strike. They are on strike protesting salary disparities. They are saying they are teachers too, just like the science teachers, but they have been discriminated against severally. I know that government has tried to engage them. But these arts teachers have insisted on continuing with their strike, demanding an end to this injustice of discrimination. Honorable Speaker, the worry is parents, students are very concerned because learning is not happening for the arts and humanities, but also these arts teachers have warned that they are not going to carry out the assessment, which is like the marking, the grading, and all of that. And that's a big concern for our young people who are in school. Honorable Speaker, it's not fair, and this is something we have raised severally in our alternative ministerial policy statements, even our alternative budget, and we're saying, let's get money off here and pay all teachers well. It's not fair that arts teachers earn about 4 times less their science colleagues. It's not right at all. And look, we have not at any one time said that let the salaries of the science teachers be reduced. No. In fact, we are happy they were increased because that's something we have been advocating for. But we are saying you cannot do it for some and not others. These are all teachers, qualified at same levels, degree, same level, diploma. But for this disparity here, where they do the same workload, same qualifications and so on, it is wrong, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, head teachers who studied arts earn way less than the science teachers whom they supervise. How can this be right? How do you expect a head teacher who is not well remunerated to supervise people who are earning better than him or her? How does that happen? That's a management crisis that we are creating, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, here is another interesting concern. In the Auditor General's report for the audit year ended 2024, and I'd like to encourage colleagues to read these audit reports. Science teachers' pension, after science teachers retire, their pension on a monthly basis is twice the net pay of serving arts teachers. This is totally unacceptable. That somebody retires and the pension they're earning on a monthly basis is higher than somebody who is still working. This is wrong. We need to do something quickly about it as I wrap up and take that. Honorable Speaker, government should not intimidate these arts teachers. I know in their engagements, sometimes when civil servants are on strike, government will try and intimidate them, get back to work, otherwise we'll fire you and so on. Please don't intimidate these arts teachers. Pay them well, just like you're paying the science teachers. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, this government is run by people who qualified in the arts. Majority of those who are running it. The current occupant of State House did an arts degree in Dar es Salaam. The Vice President did an arts degree at Makerere University, first qualification. The Speaker of Parliament, her first qualification was an arts degree from Makerere University. The Chief Justice did a law degree, which is an arts degree. The Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, your first qualification, sir, was a Bachelor of Arts in Social Sciences, before you added other things. They are saying even the law. Yes. As a lawyer, I did arts. Of course, I did other things before. The Prime Minister, I don't know what she studied. But the point, Right Honorable Speaker, is how can we be victimizing arts teachers and yet we are running the country and yet we qualified in arts? It is a wrong signal. It's a wrong message that we are sending out there. I see young people here.
But look.
Yes, sir.
Just if I may understand, because we've just finished budgeting, okay? Because you see, we are usually quick to pass and judge the executive. We have just finished budgeting. How come these submissions didn't come out very well when we were budgeting? Because this salary can only be paid if we budget for it, okay? I know we pushed, okay? Well, and it's been consistent. It's been consistent, okay? But for you, what do you think would be the way forward? Can you help us, okay? Give proposals, so that we see how best.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, please allow me to give information that we did deliberate on these matters. The presiding officer throughout the budget process, for most of the budget process, was the Speaker herself. We raised this issue here on the floor.
I handled the bigger part of the budget.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
From MPSs to BFP, okay? I know they came out, but it wasn't this.
No, I was just giving information, Right Honorable Speaker, that we raised it in our alternative ministerial policy statement, in our minority reports, and in our alternative budget. And we were saying, let's equate the pay of arts teachers to that of science teachers. We raised it severally. Of course, some colleagues said, but where will the money come from? And we gave options of where money can come from to deal with this situation, but we were not listened to. So just for the record, we did raise this matter, at least us on our side. You are asking for a remedy, Right Honorable Speaker. We have a plethora of remedies. Number one, government every so often comes to Parliament for supplementary budgets. Let's bring a supplementary to pay our arts teachers better so that we deal with this crisis. Because they normally bring supplementary budgets to give free money to companies at Yak, Day Biopharma, Inspire Africa Coffee, Rocco, and so on and so forth. Free money that we are giving to private entities. If you can do that to private entities, giving them free money, you come here with a supplementary. Bring a supplementary so that we pay our teachers better. The other remedy, Right Honorable Speaker, we just need to be better mannered in our financials. The Inspector General of Government has told us that on an annual basis, we lose over 10 trillion shillings to corruption. Stop stealing taxpayers' money and there will be money to pay the teachers. So this money is available. Let's close those lacunas, those gaps, the wastages, the leakages, the corruption. Money is available. But most importantly, let's prioritize these teachers. For me, it's very concerning that we give free money to individuals, but you're not paying people who are doing their job. Let's remedy this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Government Chief Whip. I know you were in the Education Ministry. Now you're in charge of government here.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first start by formally welcoming back the Honorable Leader of the Opposition back into the House, because the very last time we saw the team, he led the team out in exercising their constitutional mandate under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. On the question of the industrial action by the arts teachers, I wish to confirm to this House that as fresh as yesterday, we were notified that government through the Ministry of Education and Sports is engaging with the leadership of the arts teachers throughout the country. Right Honorable Speaker, we may give the Ministry of Education time such that at an appropriate time when the matter is resolved, they can be in a position to brief the country through this Parliament. But I can confirm that there is engagement between the leaders of the arts teachers and the leadership of the Ministry of Education and Sports on the subject matter raised by the Leader of Opposition. I also wish to confirm that there is no intimidation at all. One of the reasons why the NRM has been in government for all this time is because we believe in dialogue and consensus, and that is what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, it becomes difficult for me to give timelines on dialogue, okay? Because you see, this is the matter which I know is of concern to all of us. I can see the minister for Education has also entered. Maybe he can give us more updates, if he has any, on the engagement with the teachers, arts teachers. But Government Chief, thank you. Government Chief Whip, thank you so much for what you had.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, our teachers of arts went on strike, and we've been engaging them. We have engaged them in a number of meetings, and last week, the leadership agreed to suspend, to get out of the strike. Of course, government is still very committed to address the welfare of the teachers. Government is committed to raise the salaries of all public servants in a phased manner. After discussion, we agreed that they go to communicate to their colleagues, and I'm expecting the results or the outcome of their meetings with the colleagues, they will share with us what could come out of that tomorrow, on Thursday, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, kindly update the House once the negotiations are done. Colleagues, this is not an easy situation, okay? Yes, it's not an easy situation. So since the ministry is engaging, and really hope you submitted very well, and has given us a good, I think, an exciting timeline, is which we can check, which is Thursday next week. No, the minister is upright. No, the minister is the one engaging. We don't know what they've discussed in the room. Okay? Honorable Enos.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a concern, and I'm actually representing my constituents on this. I would like to ask the Government Chief Whip to get in touch with government to brief us on the issue of barado eviction in northern Uganda. Would like to understand the details behind the eviction, because there are those who are, yes, there are those who are not there legally, but there are those who are claiming that actually they got legal ownership of where they are staying and all that. I think it would be proper for government to brief us on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He said for the sake of his constituents. Okay? Government Chief Whip, do you want to comment anything on that? Or you will update us when you're ready?
You talk about... Right Honourable Speaker, this matter is being handled or spearheaded by the Minister of State in charge of Northern Uganda Reconstruction, and I wish to request you to give him an opportunity to come and update the House on the progress so far made, because his actions are also anchored on an executive order issued by the Chief Executive under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. So, please, on the next sitting, you can give us an update. Honorable Saropend.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, maybe just for information of the Minister of Education, I want to request him to interest himself in the Auditor General's report regarding the issue of the arts teachers and the science teachers. But the issue that I wanted to raise, Right Honorable Speaker, before we broke off for this recess, before the House was prorogued, I had raised the issue regarding the intelligent motor vehicle monitoring system, and asked the minister, and the minister, the presiding officer then, directed the Minister of Works to actually come and give us a statement regarding the performance of that company, considering that there were issues, and I had raised a motion regarding that whole program. But Right Honorable Speaker, what is disturbing is that, of course, there was the express penalty scheme that was put in place. And as we wait for the minister's statement, Right Honorable Speaker, you will note that part of our concerns as legislators is on road safety. Because that EPS system, there are so many reckless drivers on our roads. While the penalties were exorbitant and government withdrew, we need to actually look at issues of road safety. Within these 3 weeks or 4 weeks that we have been in recess, very many people, Right Honorable Speaker, have lost their lives on the road. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to have a discussion as members of Parliament on road safety, but also on that joint stock company and where it is going to get its revenue from. Because we have the Road Fund Act in place, which mandates government to collect revenues from these fines, and that money is supposed to be ring-fenced for road maintenance. Now you have a company in place that equally government signed a contract with to collect these road fines to pay itself. So where should be our priority? Where is the money for road maintenance going to come from? And secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, as I sit down, I'm glad you are sitting here. Remember, I raised the issue of police, the lawyers working in the Uganda police force. This matter was presented here. The lawyers, equally as we're discussing the pay disparities amongst the science teachers, there is a serious pay disparity amongst the lawyers working in the police force and other lawyers in government. Right Honorable Speaker, that matter remains pending. The last time the Attorney General said that they had appealed, I want to confirm, Right Honorable Speaker, there is no active appeal. And this matter must be resolved. The issue is that we are losing the lawyers in the police force going to work for other departments, because there is no reason why a police officer should earn less because he's a lawyer working in police and another one working in maybe the Attorney General's chambers or DPP earns more. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring this matter and request that this matter must be resolved. And let's respect the court judgments, because there is a court judgment over this matter. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. So the Minister for Works will update the House on the next sitting, and like you have requested, we can widen it to include road safety issues, so that we don't just limit ourselves to the company in question. And I also request the Attorney General to update the House on the issue of the disparity of government lawyers, because he said indeed that there was an appeal, so which was making the matter sub judice. We couldn't proceed on it. So since a member is saying there is no appeal, then the Attorney General will have to substantiate on the floor indeed if there is an appeal. Evidence will be brought here, or we tackle the matter the way we had been requested. Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have teachers and students of Brima High School from Kawempe Division North, Kampala District. They are represented by Honorable Elias Rimbaz Narukora and Honorable Shamim Marende. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. You can stand up. Sure. Thank you. Colleagues, also we have in the public gallery this afternoon teachers and students of Namidyango College from Mukono Municipality, Mukono District. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Bakireke Bet Namboze and Honorable Nabukera Hanifa Hussein. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me once again in welcoming them. Thank you. And it seems Honorable Ngisto Emmanuel might have studied from that school, because I can see how excited he is. Honorable colleagues, you know, matters of national importance, how we handle. They are registered with me, so I didn't receive the notifications. The two colleagues who registered, I don't see them here. No, no. Yeah. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper, laying of papers. 1, the land annual nominal ground rent amendment regulations 2025.
Honourable Minister for Lands.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the land annual nominal ground rent amendment regulations 2025. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, honourable colleagues. This is for information purposes. They'll be put in the library for anyone who would want to access them.
Item 3.2, the proposal to borrow euros 183,309,847.16 from Standard Chartered Bank and Uganda shillings 120 billion 392,249,259 shillings from the domestic market, that is 6 months treasury bill for finance strategic towns water supply and sanitation project phase 2 STWSSP-2.
Honourable colleagues, the Minister of Finance informed me that the Government Chief Whip is going to stand in for him. Honourable Government Chief Whip.
Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, I beg to lay the proposal to borrow euro 183,309,947.16 from Standard Chartered Bank and Uganda shillings 120 billion 395,249,259 from the domestic market, 6 months treasury bill for financing the strategic towns water supply and sanitation project phase 2. I beg to lay.
The proposal is referred to the Committee on National Economy for consideration and reporting back to the House as stipulated in our rules of procedure.
Item 3.3, the proposal to borrow up to United States dollars 20 million from the Arab Bank for Economic Development of Africa, BADEA, to finance the rehabilitation, expansion, and equipping of Bujiri General Hospital.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, I beg to lay on table the proposal to borrow up to 20 million United States dollars from the Arab Bank for Economic Development of Africa, BADEA, to finance the rehabilitation, expansion, and equipping of Bujiri General Hospital. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The proposal is referred to the Committee on National Economy for consideration and reporting back to the House in line with our rules of procedure.
Item 3.4, tax expenditure report for the period July 2024 to June 2025, financial year 2024/2025.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I beg to lay on table the tax expenditure report for the period July 2024 to June 2025 for the financial year 2024-2025. I beg to lay. It's signed by the Minister of Finance. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The tax expenditure report is referred to the Committee on Finance Planning and Economic Development for consideration and reporting back.
Right, Honorable, can we please see the report later?
Honorable colleague, that's not how they get a microphone in this house. You don't somersault towards the microphone and start submitting. Okay? Thank you. Honorable, you know, when you dive on a microphone, me and you, business for the day is done. Thank you. Yes, next item.
Item number 4 on the order paper. Motion for approval of the request by Kampala Capital City Authority to lease specific land parcels.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for KCCA.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of this House, recently the House considered a motion to approve these plots of land which are supposed to be formalized and leased to foreign people, and Parliament asked me to furnish more details. Particularly, 2 requirements were: 1, the valuation reports from Chief Government Valuer, and the clearance from the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. So, Right Honorable Speaker and members, allow me to lay the valuation report and the clearance from Minister of Land and the Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Thank you. Yes, procedure, Honorable Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do appreciate the Minister for bringing what he has presented on the floor, the valuation report. But Right Honorable Speaker, I recall that this House considered a report from the committee regarding some land which KCCA or came from the executive director indicating that they wanted to dispose of this property. And I recall seeing a letter circulating from the speaker, who is the head of the council, saying that the council had not discussed the disposal of these items. I hope, Right Honorable Speaker, that we shall not have challenges. So, Right Honorable Speaker, would it not be right that equally a resolution of the council be presented to this House so that this House is not taken for granted, Right Honorable Speaker? Because if the executive plans to dispose of anything, the council must receive those proposals from the executive. And after the resolution of the council, this is my understanding, after council resolution, then the minister would bring the items here to this House as mandated by law. But it seems we are jumping a process, and I don't want this House to be used, Right Honorable Speaker, by people who have their own interests. So would it not be procedure right for the minister to also lay on table a resolution by the Kampala City Council regarding these properties? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, it's important that we be neat as we do the work that we do legally and otherwise. We queried this matter and we still do. Honorable Speaker, I have a letter which I want to table. This is a letter from the Authority Council Speaker, who wrote to the Speaker of Parliament, copied yourself in, copied myself in, and a couple of other people. And the KCCA Authority Speaker was saying there is no council resolution mandating the Executive Director to go ahead and dispose of these properties. Council has got to first authorize by way of resolution, according to the KCCA land use management policy. That was not there the other time, and we are still querying those very ones. In fact, it is one of the issues we insisted the minister must bring before final okaying. And that has not been adhered to, not just for these ones, but even for the other ones that were passed. So we would want to see, because according to the authority speaker, there's no authority resolution. So it would be good that, as Honorable is saying, a resolution for each of those properties, including those that were passed, because those that were passed, we required that they be brought. So let me table this letter from the authority speaker saying there is no resolution as of this morning.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, the PFMA under section 34.6 only talks about Parliament passing a resolution. It doesn't refer to any policies of any institution. I mean, the law is very clear, okay, on it. And after it goes to the Solicitor General, because it's a contract, in case the Solicitor General, because even loans which you approve here, after they go to the Solicitor General, where you find any issue, where the Solicitor General finds any issue that a process has not been followed, a certain law has not been followed, the Solicitor General is very clear. He writes back to the entity and he says, no, I don't consider. So, honorable colleagues, this is a matter, listen, this is a matter you discussed exhaustively, and in fact, in the resolution, I was checking today the answer, it said KCCA should expeditiously bring these two documents which the minister has brought. So with that, honorable colleagues, I now put the question that the motion for approval of the request by Kampala State Authority, please plots M69 and M70 at Ilgogo and M731 at Old Kra Road be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. So I now direct the clerk to transmit a copy of the resolution to the responsible MDs for action. Now, honorable colleagues, there is something I want to tell you. If you go and you check your districts are even giving out land. It is only KCCA which has complied with this section of the law. And going through a rigorous process by the time Honorable Kasaija and team clear you, a very, very rigorous process. So, honorable colleagues, really I want to appreciate the leadership of KCCA for following the law. And I urge other districts and other local governments to follow suit. House adjourned, signed die.
This processes 10,000 liters per day. So it helps our farmers to get market for the milk product. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the fish department, we have 658,000 metric tons of fish catch.
Matter.
Yes, right.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my procedural matter is that today the front bench of the opposition is empty. Is it procedural okay, Right Honorable Speaker, for us to move when the front bench is not here?
The front bench has only one minister, that is the government chief whip. I mean, the opposition chief whip. We have the chairperson of COSASE, the able chairperson of government assurance. For now, since they asked for permission to be away, they have gone to celebrate the Kawaka's birthday. We can continue without them. Can you summarize, Honorable Grania?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, protect me from Honorable Asuman. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to bring to the attention of the House and the whole country that we are producing a lot of fish, and this has supported our 12 fish processing factories. This has also created jobs for our youth and the rest of the people who are working in those factories. Right Honorable Speaker, government has gazetted fish breeding grounds, and these have helped our people to get jobs. Right Honorable Speaker, there is an enabling environment for private sector in fish production in this country, and this has attracted a number of investors in that field. Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about coffee, as we speak now, we are producing 8.2 million bags of 60 kilogram bags as of 2024, compared to what we previously produced in 2022, which was 7.8 million bags. Right Honorable Speaker, that comes as a result of improvement in the coffee varieties that are climate and pest resistant in this country, and that has been done by this government, which is headed by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak, we are producing big quantities of maize, and these have increased from 3.4 million metric tons to 5 million metric tons as of 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, the value of the export in maize has increased from 63.5 million USD to 195.3 million USD. That is not something small, and so we appreciate His Excellency the President for supporting the growth of our agriculture sector. And for that reason, Right Honorable Speaker and the House, I want to join the mover, the seconders, in seconding and appreciating His Excellency the President for the clear and precise State of the Nation address. I thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members. I want to thank the mover and all the seconders for all those kind words that they've talked about His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, and for his address to the nation on the state of affairs of this country, from where we are coming from, where we are, and where we are going. Honorable members will require a response from the leader of opposition in Parliament to the State of Nation address before we can open a debate on the floor. I have been reliably informed that the leader of opposition will be ready within 1 week to respond, and after that we shall allot time for the debate, because the the rules allow us to give him time to respond. And we are asking him to respond in 1 week's time, then we shall have a debate on this. And based on that, we'll now go to the next item.
Item 4 on the order paper. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize Kabale Regional Referral Hospital to sublease 5 acres of its land to Kabale University pursuant to Section 32(6) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015.
Honourable members, Section 32(6) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 requires the accounting officer to secure authorization of Parliament before pledging or otherwise encumbering the land or any other asset on his or her vote, and pursuant to Rule 58 of the Rules of Procedure, the Minister of Health will move a motion to that effect. However, this must come out very clear that we as Parliament, we do not have powers to sell land, because in the last sitting, the sitting where we had another approval, we were only doing what the law requires of us as Parliament. The other procurement processes are done by the vote or by the accounting officer. Ours is basically to give authorization, and that's where our role stops. So this perception of saying Parliament has started selling land is not correct. We are acting according to the law. That is Section 32(6) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much.
There's a procedural issue.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. For the last 2, and this is the 3rd day, I have been, requesting your office to present a very important issue on the outbreak of cholera.
Is it a procedure on what we are presenting now?
Okay.
Honourable Akol, as a senior leader in the House, you want to smuggle in, Honourable Minister?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, this is a motion for a resolution of Parliament authorizing Kabale Regional Referral Hospital to sublease 5 acres out of its land to Kabale University. Whereas Kabale Regional Referral Hospital is a public hospital, and the registered proprietor of land comprised in volume 3119, Fall 24, situated at Kabale City. And whereas Kabale University is a public university operating and offering various academic programs, including medicine, with a medical school currently housed within Kabale Regional Referral Hospital. Aware that Kabale University, on the 8th of August 2022, requested Kabale Regional Referral Hospital for a sublease of 5 acres of land out of Kabale Regional Referral Hospital land to enable the university expand its teaching space for the Faculty of Medicine. Noting that Kabale Regional Referral Hospital Management Board, in its 6th sitting held on the 16th of September 2022, approved the request to allocate the university 5 acres of land for expansion of the Faculty of Medicine to comprise operating theaters, specialist clinics, and patient wards for oncology, neurology, orthopedic surgery, as well as lecture theaters to create a befitting medical school at Kabale University. Further noting that the Ministry of Health approved Kabale Regional Referral Hospital's Management Board decision to sublease 5 acres to Kabale University for expansion of its teaching space. Recognizing that Kabale University secured initial funding of 3 billion Uganda shillings for the desired medical school expansion from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Finance in financial year 2022-2023. Appreciating the role that Kabale University Medical School plays in closing the medical professional gap by training medical professionals within the Kigezi sub-region in the districts of southwestern Uganda, of Kabale, Kanungu, Rubanda, Ruchiga, Kisoro, and Rukunjiri. Noting that the statutory requirement for parliamentary approval under Section 32, subsection 6 of the Public Finance and Management Act, Cap 171, for Kabale Regional Referral Hospital to encumber its land through subleasing it to Kabale University. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament authorizes Kabale Regional Referral Hospital to sublease 5 acres out of its land to Kabale University for the expansion of the Faculty of Medicine to comprise operating theaters, specialist clinics, and patient wards for oncology, neurology, orthopedic surgery, as well as lecture theaters. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Seconded. Seconded by Tony Wanzala Mutebi, Olympian, by the Prime Minister, by Government Chief Whip, by Dr. Kasai, by Honorable Namboso, by Honorable Uda, by Rose Olanya, Dakasi, Kubex, Isaac, Sarah, by the whole side, including Gerald, Acrobat, Masindi, Nekesa, and Lanyo. Would you love to speak to you? Dr. Uyonga and Angora, Dr. Yume, Emeritus Chair. Doctor, can you justify your motion?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, our regional referral hospitals act as teaching hospitals for the universities. And therefore, we work together to expand the hospitals to offer comprehensive teaching to our students. So allow me to additionally inform this august House that the request before us today of authorizing Kabale Regional Referral Hospital to sublease 5 acres of its land to Kabale University, which is a public institution of higher learning, is not just a matter of land. It is an investment in the future of healthcare delivery, medical education, and regional development in Kigezi sub-region and beyond. Kabale University, through its School of Medicine, is a key partner in the provision of specialized healthcare services, medical training, and research. And as you heard, a number of facilities will be constructed on the said land, including facilities for neurology, oncology, and many others. We are all aware that the regional referral serves a catchment population of 2.4 million people across the districts of Kabale, Kanungu, Kisoro, Ntungamo, Rubanda, Ruchiga, and Rukunjiri. And these people definitely have different ailments, just like any other region. And therefore, they deserve specialized services as well. The hospital also receives cross-border referrals from the neighboring countries of Rwanda.
Yes. You get it, eh? In terms of education. So, Government Chief Whip, make sure that all your ministers are here to answer the questions of members. Because most of the members are blaming the loss on the service delivery. Honorable Sech, I was about to call you the other name.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Maybe first of all, before you speak, because it may spoil our discussions, we could first hear from on the issue of elections, electronic. When you look at section 12(1)(g) of Electoral Commission Act, it gives you the wide range of what should be done. You may not need the law, but you'll need the regulations for you to be able to do that. Maybe the minister.
Madam Speaker, lawyers normally don't ask questions whose answers they don't know. As a lawyer, the Honorable Matthias Mpuga already knows the answer to the question he has asked. So, let me do this for record purposes. The policy of the government right now is to use biometric voter verification. And as I talk, procurement is going on to ensure that there are 2 machines for every polling station. The reason is we tested the batteries and found that given the vagaries of weather and perhaps unforeseen circumstances, the batteries may not last for the entire duration. And we studied that from Ghana. So the Electoral Commission is working on both the hardware and the software to ensure biometric voter verification to deal with the problem of ballot stuffing and the multiple voting. That is the update I wish to give. So rest assured, there will be biometric voter verification in the 2026 general elections. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I am not sure if you have answered his question. His question is, we are all aware that we are going to have biometric election. We are going to use the machines for voting. His question was that you promised to bring a law for that.
Madam Speaker, I wish I was a dictator who could issue decrees. This law is right now in cabinet, and that is the only update I can give. When cabinet has finished its role, it will be brought before this house.
Honorable Minister, in March 2020, there was an amendment of Electoral Commission Act which was done in this house and allowed the EC to use electronic. What is required in this house? As I've said already, under Section 12, what you may require is only to bring the regulations, not the law. The regulations to the effect. You first go and check the law. We shall discuss that tomorrow. Next.
Madam Speaker, I thought the minister was giving me way to seek clarification.
No, the minister was already seated. Search. Minister, bring a response to that tomorrow.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'll be careful by not going through the matters that could be internal affairs of the NRM, probably handled by the tribunal. But there are those broad issues, Right Honourable Speaker, that are cross-cutting and on which side of ISO you stand, they are here for Ugandans. And as a result, Honourable Speaker, I'll just talk about those that concern all of us, irrespective. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue about violence meted out to the people, to the voters, and the systematic way, I pity and I don't envisage what is coming, whereby, for instance, there was a communication blackout, telephone masts were hacked, and we couldn't communicate. Some were vandalized. And those who were able to communicate were communicating using military walkie-talkies. So for them, they continued communicating on walkie-talkies, whereas we had communication blackout, the ordinary one we use. Right Honourable Speaker, we had more than 40 commonly known as drones with covered number plates and double cabins with covered number plates. But on top of that, on top of those who are putting on civilians in those vehicles, there were the outright use of military vehicles, particularly the notorious lorry H4DF 3329, with the combat-ready soldiers driving around in support of those Nkoni squad meaning people who are wielding sticks. Right Honourable Speaker, using live ammunition, the use of live ammunition, and the creation of a barracks that isn't known in our police statements, because barracks are set up by the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. But in the Remiaga case, a barracks was set up to incarcerate abducted election coordinators and agents. Madam Speaker, was happening. And that cannot be an individual action. That cannot be a general Shande action. You see, it has now moved from individual competition to adversaries, to enemies, to belligerents. In a country where there is no insurgency, there is no inactivity to warrant the establishment of a military barracks. But suddenly, Right Honourable Speaker and members, on the 26th of April, we are having a peaceful rally, and soldiers came driving in a military truck, the H4DF 3329, disembarked, and started shooting at us. They first shot down up, changing magazines. At that time, once you are being shot at from a distance of 5 meters, you can't run. You stand to die. You can't run. I can't say I was strong-hearted, but it doesn't give you room to run, even if you wanted to. But now there is this young man who said, "Honorable, they've come to kill you." He came and stood in front of me. And I thought, I pushed him away, mvako, meaning get away from me, because he himself had life. Little did I know that as I was pushing him, a bullet hit my finger, and it took him, shattered his heart, and he collapsed. Banku yesasi. He died on the spot. That bullet was meant for me because my shirt, my yellow movement shirt, was split with blood of that Fred Sembusi. It is agonizing that you can't even sleep to know you would not be here, you would be dead. You can't be sure you would be here. I knew I would be dead. Once you realize the circumstances of Fred Sembusi's death. But most painful, the culprit, Lieutenant Ziwa, who came aboard that truck and was commanded. At first, himself, he didn't have the rifle in his hands. He moved and picked one from one of the soldiers. He came and held it under his armpit, and he turned and released the bullet that shot Sembusi, Right Honorable Speaker and members. Now the issue, the killer soldier, Lieutenant Ziwa, maintained his barracks at Remiaga. He continued there, and today he's in Remiaga. He's the same Ziwa who even shot at us on the 17th while we were having NRM primaries, shattering the glasses of my vehicle. The same person. So untouchable. I remember at the burial of Sembusi, the commandant of the mechanized division massacre, Major General Sunday, assured the mourners that Lieutenant Ziwa is being held by the army for interrogation. It was a lie. He's still around. He even shot at me on 17th again. Even the chairman's elections, he was still there commanding the operations. And to this, Right Honorable Speaker, those who know the president's intolerance with the use of a gun, how did we arrive at this? For a person to kill, injuring an MP, but also there is another Moses Tebengana, had 8 stitches on his head. He was so lucky that the bullet only went through the skin of the head. It is his vein that got ruptured. It bleeded for 2 days, but now he's okay. But how come that the guns that are supposed to be protecting civilians are being turned against the people? Right Honorable Speaker and members, when all this is said and done, the level of impunity, the soldiers who retired took command. They were not merely opponents, but they took command of the UPDF. There is General Phineas Katirima, and that General Phineas Katirima is the one who even abducted the polling officials and removed the election materials. But the last one, Right Honorable Speaker, before the last election, the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Bias Byakagaba, came to Sembabule and assured all of us that the President of Uganda, His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, had taken a decision to withdraw the army and allow the police to take the lead. But what we witnessed was the total reverse. The army came back with vengeance. I remember when they were shooting at us, the police ran away. They abandoned us. And wherever the army could appear, the police would somehow find their way out and drive away. And we have the generals, General Phineas Katirima, General Emmanuel Rashad, who is a candidate, but turned into commanding the UPDF. He's the one who ordered Ziwa to go and clear us. And when the officer went back and reported to him, he said, I thought you had killed someone. You killed a dog. That Sechkubo was never killed because somebody else was killed.
Thank you. Honorable Sechkubo.
Yes.
The statement that you're giving is under Rule 57. That's a personal explanation. And we are talking about the people who are not in the house. So bring that personal explanation. We look at it, then we shall give you a chance to present it to the House. But that does not mean, can you sit down? That does not mean that we should not investigate this. We will ask government, Honorable Bua, government, there is a Minister General. I will ask government to investigate this, but I will need a personal explanation from you. We go through and then we shall give you space to come and present.
I want to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Next item.
Only that, Right Honourable Speaker.
Lob had something. Honorable Asumani, I have said sit down.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for your communication. Firstly, it was about the roads. I'm glad that we are on the same page even with colleagues now. A couple of months ago, Right Honourable Speaker, we were here talking about the shambolic state of our roads in Kampala and different parts of the country. Some colleagues said we were politicizing these matters, but the reality is that our roads are in a mess. During our alternative ministerial policy statement presentations, specifically the one on roads, we said, look, let's inject more money to fix our roads, to maintain our roads. That has got to be done. And, Honourable Speaker, while some roads are in bad state, there are some roads that are totally impassable. Some districts in this country, one cannot easily cross over from one district to another because the roads are totally impassable. Where there is meant to be a bridge, the bridge broke down a long time ago. And so there is a total disconnect between one district to another. We need to fix these issues. When we talk about them, colleagues, stop saying this is politics. It is not politics, because we are all affected. We hope that government will wake up to the reality to fix these issues. Honourable Speaker, I want to again join you in, I don't know whether to congratulate colleagues that went through their processes successfully, and the reason is we are waiting for them around the corner. So enjoy that win while it lasts, because we are surely waiting for you around the corner. But I also want to commiserate and console those that did not make it. May the good Lord strengthen you. Honourable Speaker, you see, it's important for our electoral processes, first of all, to be violence-free. We've been talking about colleagues that survived violence, Honourable Sechikubo and others. The Prime Minister was slapped or punched or both. But at least she's alive, Right Honourable Speaker. There are several people who died during these NRM primaries in various districts. And we are yet to see justice prevail. You know, many times people die, people are killed, and we easily move on. This has got to stop. And so for me, I condemn this. Even though those that died are NRM supporters, they are Ugandans. And we hope that whoever participated in these killings gets to be brought to book. Because if that does not happen, Right Honourable Speaker, we are going to see a repeat or even worse in the upcoming general elections. So action has got to be taken. Because if that doesn't happen, those who killed, now that was just during the NRM primaries, at the grand scale, it's probably going to be worse. We have got to condemn this, and action has got to be taken. Honourable Speaker, we have said severally that it's important for our electoral processes, our democratic processes, to exude integrity. And some colleagues laugh at those issues and say, well, you opposition people, each time you talk about those things, because you're always losing. I saw powerful people, I saw ministers crying, saying I have been rigged out. These are things that we have always talked about. Of course, now it's happening in your home, but that's what happens nationally. We need to work towards electoral process integrity. And look, even the current laws, and we are waiting for the regulations coming from the Minister of Justice. But you see, even our current jurisprudence as it is, if we were to follow it to the letter, our laws don't allow, for example, for the military to get involved in electoral processes. That's the law as it exists today. But the military keeps getting involved at every turn. We saw what happened in the Kawempe by-elections. That has got to stop. That doesn't have to wait for amendment of a certain law or whatever. It's already a law in place. Can we execute it that way? So colleagues on this side, whenever we talk about these things, and some of you, perhaps not all of you, some of you say, well, opposition, you're crying as usual. That's what happens. When a boat is sinking, no one is safe in a sinking boat. No one. And that's what is happening now. So you need to join us to say, we need to have integrity in. I was saying that all of us have got to speak in unison, that we need to have integrity in our democratic processes. Because when it happens to us, and you laugh about it, it's going to come. Because when this boat is sinking, regardless where you are seated, you know, I'm told in these cruises there is first class, also business, economy. Even if you're in the business of first class of that sinking boat, you will sink. The minister is asking for clarification. With the speaker's permission, I can take the clarification.
Yes,
let me take it.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Lord for giving me this opportunity to seek clarification. He has kept on alluding on a boat which is sinking. Can I get to know from him, is it the NOP vote? A NOP boat? Yeah.
I can clarify. The primaries where people have been killed, including members here being bruised, were NRM primaries.
Honourable members.
So I think I've clarified. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members will not discuss issues, as I said before, the internal processes. Now, the internal processes, leave it to the party. Yes, Honourable both.
I think, Right Honourable Speaker, you had guided that we leave matters of internal party issues to those that concerns them.
That is indoor management role.
Because I see some of the colleagues who cannot even go through a primary of 10 people. They are talking.
Thank you. Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members. I will want a report of an investigation. Honourable members. Government, we will give you 2 months to give us a report of an investigation on Honourable Sechkubo's issue. Next item.
Item 3. Item 3 on the order paper. Bill second reading. The Forensic and Scientific Analytical Services Bill 2025.
Honourable members, pursuant to Article 91(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rule 134 of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Minister of Internal Affairs to table the bill for the first reading. Honourable Minister, can we have the report first?
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, in accordance with Rule 134 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Forensic and Scientific Analytical Services Bill 2025 be read for the first time. It is accompanied by a certificate of financial implication in keeping with the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 124 of our rules. I beg to lay both.
Honourable members, pursuant to Rule 135 of the Rules of Procedure, the bill stands referred to the Committee of Defence and Internal Affairs for expeditious consideration.
Item 4 on the order paper. Statement by Minister on the state of roads and status of road projects in the country.
Can we first defer that and have designations made first? because we will have extensive discussion on the issue of the roads.
Item 5 on the order paper, designation of members to sectoral committees in accordance with Rule 195 and 196 of the Rules of Procedure.
Honorable members, as you are aware, the membership of the sectoral committees is sessional. When we started the 5th session, we asked members to apply to the leadership of the parties on where they would feel comfortable to be in and where they are competent to be in. And this is guided by under Rule 164, Rule 195, and Rule 196 of the Rules of Procedure. And we will expect the whips under Rule 16(2)(d) of the Rules of Procedure to come and designate their members. We have the whip of NRM party. We also have the whip for opposition, and then for independence. Then we have UPDF. I will designate. I will give Honorable Guang will read my members of independence. Give Honorable Guang to read my members. I am the whip of independence. I am the whip. I will give anybody I feel I should give. Let's start with the government. Then we come with opposition. Honorable Government Chief Whip, I will request you read all the committees, sectoral committees, then we designate them at once. Yes, all of them. You read all the committees, you will read all the committees. The others, then we designate at once. Honorable members, when we have the session flowing and you bring in procedure, it even disorganizes the person who is going to read this answer in the future. Is it a procedure on the designation?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The procedure issue for which I am seeking your guidance, the matters we have raised, you said investigation into the Honorable Sechko. Yet these matters are not sembabule. For example, you had the Minister of State for Defense, or both, using a chopper in his NRM election. I don't know whether a chopper is an NRM equipment. UPDF chopper. So the procedure, because I raised these issues, is whether you should not allow an investigation into the Messe NRM primary.
Honorable members, what is going to be investigated are matters of criminality. Matters of internal processes will be handled by the NRM party. The issue of honorable, or both, if at all he used a chopper, he's right. He's a minister of that department. Why don't you question when I use it? Why don't you question when I use it? And if you also want, ask for it and you'll be given. That is going too personal. Yes, Honorable Bua.
For the record, I am not a Minister of State. I know, Honorable Semujo, you want me not even to be a minister at all. But by God's grace, I am the Cabinet Minister of Defense. And there is no record that I used the chopper for my primaries. One of the equipments I have as a minister includes vehicles, helicopters, Sukhois. So this is what is available to me.
Honorable. Honorable members, can we have your attention?
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 16(2)(d), Rule 195, Rule 196 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, and following the approval by the Central Executive Committee of the National Resistance Movement, I move that the following members be designated to the following committees as leaders and members respectively. Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Honorable Auma Linda Agnes, Chairperson. Honorable Hope Grania Nakaziwe, Vice Chairperson. The members are Honorable Rugumayo Edson, Honorable David Muumuza, Honorable Christine Akelo, Honorable Biraro Ephraim, Honorable Dorcas Achen, Honorable Komol Joseph Midi, Honorable Lematia John, Honorable Lochap Peter Ken, Honorable Stephen Kagwera, Honorable Migade Robert, Honorable Loki John Baptist, Honorable Eseno Anthony, Honorable Jennifer Driwaru, Honorable Anywa Ricky Richard, Honorable Enoch Nyongore, Honorable Mary Begumisa, Honorable Magola Rachel, Honorable Esther Umbayo, Honorable Okulo Anthony, Honorable Aliek Judith, Honorable Akelo Christine, Honorable Rakojo Robina Gureme, Honorable Tembo Gideon, Honorable Dr. Otala Emmanuel. On the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry, Honorable Sylvia Naebale, Chairperson. Honorable Okot Boniface Henry, Deputy Chairperson. Members are Honorable Osoro Morin, Honorable Alfred Edakasi, Honorable Bright Tom Amoti, Honorable Richard Gafabusa, Honorable Mbwa Tekamwa Gafa, Honorable Awich Jane, Honorable Kemirembe Pauline, Honorable Ronald Afidra, Honorable Were Godfrey Odero, Honorable Avako Melissa, Honorable Businje Ariet, Honorable Aleper Margaret. Committee on Health. The Honorable Dr. Joseph Ruyonga, Chairperson. Honorable Dr. Opio Achuti Samuel, Deputy Chairperson. And the members are Honorable Isaac Kutimgiu, Honorable Chelaine Betty, Honorable Bernard Chiria Sechanzi, Honorable Sarah Netalisire, Honorable John Paul Ninkushima, Honorable Kamateniti Jocelyn, Honorable Lake Sharon Balmoy, Honorable Margaret Tayibare, Honorable Nebanda Florence Andiro, Honorable Dr. Boka Didi George, Honorable Dr. Honorable Ruyonga Joseph, Honorable Dr. Rutahigwa Elisa, Honorable Bebona Babunji Josephine. Committee number 13, Honorable Ruyonga is out because he's already the chairperson. Committee on Education and Sports, Honorable James Kubeketeria, chairperson. Honorable Asimwe Moli Musime, deputy chairperson. Honorable Patrick Binji Nyanzi, member. Honorable Mutumba Abdul, member. Honorable Lokwang Phillips Iluko, member. Honorable Katusime Annette Mugisha, member. Honorable Achibo Agnes, member. Honorable Karobanga Jacob Atenyi, member. Honorable Etuka Isaac Joaquino, member. Honorable Joram Ruranga, member. Honorable Achon Julius Bua, member. Honorable Nyakato Dorothy, member. Honorable Lomoa Ismail, member. Honorable Timuzigo Michael, member. Honorable Linda Irene, member. Honorable Agnes Chirabo, member. Honorable Paparo Lilian Obiale, member. Honorable Janet Okorimoy, member. Honorable Tracy J. John, member. Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Aboli Kunihira Agnes, chairperson. Honorable Laura Kanuso, deputy chairperson. The members are Honorable Rosemary Nyachikongoro, Honorable Chitanywa Sowedi, Honorable Kesande Grace, Honorable Bakabulindi Charles, Honorable Peggy Joy Wako, Honorable Catherine Ndamira, Honorable Chemotai Phyllis, Honorable Chemonges William, Honorable Wokoraj Simon Peter, Honorable Taban Sharifa Ate, Honorable Alioni York Odria, Honorable Afoyechan Esther, Honorable Asimwe Florence Akiki, Honorable Arinaitwe Rwakajara, Honorable Ndezi Alex, Honorable Tumwine Ann Mary. Committee on Physical Infrastructure, Honorable Dan Chimosho, chairperson. Honorable Tony Awany, deputy chairperson. The members are Honorable Agaba Aisha, Honorable Bianyima Nathan, Honorable Kabanda David, Honorable Muhammad Segumire, Honorable Atutu Jacinta, Honorable Dr. Michael Bukenya, Honorable Awaz Sylvia Vicky, Honorable Chibalia Morris, Honorable Lokwang Hilary, Honorable Mbabazi Pascal, Honorable Acheng Sarah Opendi, Honorable Naigaga Mariam, Honorable Okwi Samuel, Honorable Atiang Stella, Honorable Baba James Bolivar, Honorable James Kaberuka. Committee on Lands, Honorable Javira Semwanga, chairperson. Honorable Andrew Olanya Ojok, deputy chairperson. The members are Honorable Kuluo Joseph, Honorable
Maybe just members, when we're passing the rules, we created the Committee of Lands. We divided infrastructure and created lands on its own. And that's why we now have a Committee of Lands on its own, where we have Honorable Javir as a chair and Honorable Ojok Andrew as a vice. Can go ahead.
The members on the new Committee on Lands are Honorable Kuluo Joseph, Honorable Bohaz Kasirabo, Honorable Olobo James, Honorable Award Betty Engola, Honorable Kato Mohammed, Honorable Kala Kevin Ojinga, Honorable Abdi Fadil Kisos, Honorable Kabahenda Flavia Rabuhoro, Honorable Kisembo Noelin, Honorable Christine Apolot, Honorable Nora Bijirwa. Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. The Honorable Baka Mugabe Stephen, Chairperson. Honorable John Taylor, Deputy Chairperson. The members are Honorable Fox Odoe Oyelowo, Honorable Kamusime Caroline, Honorable Pamela Kamugo, Honorable Okia Johanne Aniko, Honorable Achayo Lodu, Honorable Okiro Bosco, Honorable Werike Peter Christopher, Honorable Nkwasibe Henry, Honorable Najuma Sarah, Honorable Oseko Richard Oriebo, Honorable Odoe Bernard Onen, Honorable Yona Musinguzi, Honorable Solomon Silwany, Honorable Remigio Achia, Honorable Loki Peter Abrahams, Honorable Akamporira Prosi. Committee on Public Service and Local Government. Honorable Ojara Martin Mapenduzi, Chairperson. Honorable Wakabi Pius, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Trino Businje Jovanais, Member. Honorable Chelimo Reuben Paul, Member. Honorable Robert Wandwasi, Member. Honorable Agnes Kunihira. This one is already designated as Chairperson. This is a typing error. Honorable Buire Sanon, Member. Honorable Adrico Yovan, Member. Honorable Mugole David Stephen, a Member. Honorable Mugabe Muzale Martin, Member. Honorable Reuben Paul Chelimo, Member. Honorable Chitutu Mary Goretti Shimono, Member. Honorable Batom Ben Koryang, Member. Honorable Alero Tom Azar, Member. Honorable Lematia Ruth Molly Ondoru, Member. Honorable Mutembuli Yusuf, Member. Honorable Mudoi Isaac, Member. Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Honorable Ariko Edmond Okworo Abbott, Chairperson. Honorable Feta Geoffrey, Deputy Chairperson. The members are Honorable Kazini Francis, Honorable Apollo Yeri Ofono, Honorable Dr. Magolo John Faith, Honorable Chinobere Abbott, Honorable Kataliwa Donald, Honorable Angora Frederick, Honorable Rose Obiga, Honorable Seth Wambede, Honorable Sendaula Christine, Honorable Orone Derrick, Honorable Achan Joyce Okeny, Honorable Tracy J. Josephat, Honorable Agasa Juliet, Honorable Loki Peter Abrahams, Honorable Sentai Muhammad, Honorable Ngoya John Bosco, Honorable Ikojo John Bosco, Honorable Karobanga David, Honorable Claire Mugumia, Honorable Bajire Henry, Honorable Kwezira Eddie, Honorable Ruhunda Alex, Honorable Aheku Patrick, Honorable Namukuta Brenda, Honorable Nathan Nabeta Igeme, Honorable Mwine Mpaka. Committee on Presidential Affairs. Honorable Alex Bierogaba, Chairperson. Honorable Natumanya Flora, Deputy Chairperson. The members are Honorable Kamukama Benjamin, Honorable Kasolo Robert, Honorable Lokoru Albert, Honorable Lagen David, Honorable Fadil Twala, Honorable Chibaju Naume, Honorable Mamawi James, Honorable Mawanda Michael Maranga, Honorable Auma Ellen Wandera, Honorable Taka Agnes, Honorable Adome Francis Lorica, Honorable Lokoru Albert, this is also repeated, this was already designated, Honorable Buturu Unsaba, Honorable Opolot Simon Peter, Honorable Penina Businje, Honorable Ababiko Jessica, Honorable Jennifer Muhesi. Committee on Foreign Affairs. Honorable Catherine Lamwaka, Chairperson. Akamba Paul, Honorable Maneno Zumura, Honorable Mutebi Noah Wanzala, Honorable Achan Judith Peace, Honorable Okumu Gabriel, Honorable Irene Margaret Nafuna Muloni, Honorable Natukunda Medias, Honorable Loi Katali, Honorable Suleiman Asim, Honorable Mutono Patrick Lodoi, Honorable Mouma Milton Kalulu, Honorable Kisa Stephen, Honorable Kayogera Yona, Honorable Okot Ogong Felix, Honorable Mwesigwa Robert Rukairi, Honorable Komakech Christopher, Honorable Abraham Isamat. Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs, whose minister is in charge of everything on the ground and on air and in the sea. The Honorable Wilson Kajwenge, Chairperson. Honorable Linus Ngompek, Deputy Chairperson. The members are Honorable Nionshaba Alex, Honorable Ochero Jim Norman, Honorable Otukol Sam, Honorable Baino Mugisha Jane, Honorable Mugabe Donozio Kahonda, Honorable Wakoli Godfrey, Honorable Sechikubo Theodore, Honorable Nakwang Christine Tubo, Honorable Sebikali Yoweri, Honorable Kauma Sauda, Honorable Chinto Alex Brandon, Honorable Choto Ibrahim, Honorable Okeyo Peter. Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Honorable Amos Kankunda, Chairperson. Honorable Moses Aleper, Deputy Chairperson. The members are Honorable Ogwal Moses Goli, Honorable Dr. Kugonza Emily, Honorable Basil Batarigaya, Honorable Abbott Taibwa, Honorable Choma Xavier, Honorable Gerald Nangoli, Honorable Wamukuyo Ignatius Mudimi, Honorable Atima Jackson Lee, Honorable Kambale Ferigo, Honorable Ochai Maximus, Honorable Wanda Richard, Honorable Okot John Amos, Honorable Asimwe Enos, Honorable Opolot Patrick Esiagi, Honorable Okot John Amos, Honorable Katesijwe, this is also repeated, Honorable Kateshumbwa Dixon, Honorable Lubega Bashi Sempa, Honorable Kinshaba Patience, Honorable Nakut Faith, Honorable Mbabazi Jennifer, Honorable Kefa Chiwanuka, Honorable Ochua David, Honorable Avod Jane Pachuto, Honorable Dr. Charles Ayume. Committee on Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance. Honorable Ayo Tony, Chairperson. Honorable Idi Isabire, Deputy Chairperson. The members are Honorable Chelangat Alinga, Honorable Joel Leku, Honorable Lolem Mika, Honorable Mutiwa Geoffrey Eric, Honorable Elotu Cosmas, Honorable Ezama Shiraji, Honorable Biika Lawrence Songa, Honorable Kwezira Paul, Honorable Kamara John, Honorable Abigaba Kuthbat, Honorable Moses Magogo, Honorable Barnabas Tinka Simire. Committee on East African Community Affairs. Honorable Dr. Nsaba Buturo, Chairperson. Honorable Shatis Kutesa, Deputy Chairperson. The members are Honorable Ayo Jennifer, Honorable Sejoba Isaac, Honorable Chobe Luke, Honorable Wanyama Michael Odwori, Honorable David Wachikona, Honorable Masika Apollo, Honorable Kahunde Ellen, Honorable Biamukama Nulu Joseph, Honorable Tashis Bisanga, Honorable Kabora Derek, Honorable Namuju Sisi, Honorable Onzima Godfrey. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, I beg to designate.
Honorable members, Honorable Government Chief Whip, I want to refer you to Rule 196.8. 196.8. A commissioner under Rule 11.1 shall not be designated to the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. You've designated Honorable Silwanyi Solomon on legal, Honorable Prosi Mbabasi on legal, so you should redesignate them to other committees, not on legal. Also on the opposition side, you also remove Honorable Mpoga from that committee. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would suggest that you allow me consult with the forms they had expressed interest on to see their second or third choices such that they can be moved, because this seems to be the new provision in the new rules.
So first
the two members are hereby withdrawn, and I will be back to designate them afresh.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have the NRM District Executive Committee from Amuru. They are represented by Honorable Akol and Honorable Akelo Lucy. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. Yes, Honorable Akol is here and Honorable Lucy are here. Yes, Honorable Akol is an NRM. Cow.
Madam Speaker.
Can we finish designation?
Designation of opposition members of parliament to sectoral committees. In accordance with the Rule 195, Sub-Rule 1, and Rule 196 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, I hereby designate the opposition members to the sectoral committees as follows. Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. The Honorable Matofu Chaus,
of NUP, the Honorable Abed Iwanika,